Hey there to all you folks out there. How's it going today? Man, it has been a interesting road getting here, but finally, we are looking at closing arguments and we are looking at jury instructions. Won't know what to do when that ends. It has been a 3-year road to get to this point. Let me set up the subscriber and even let me set up the 10-second mode here as well. Bam. Oh man, like I said, I don't even know what to do. It's been such a long road getting here, but an interesting one at that. I saw that DUI guy actually was not allowed into the courtroom today, and I didn't know if anybody saw what the reason was this morning. I haven't had time to catch that up, so that's why I was wondering. And it sounds it sounds crazy though. I mean, to imagine like him actually not getting into the courtroom. Let me pull up the chat here. All right, there we go. Closings, though. Who is that? He's one of the lawyers that's been inside of the courtroom. There's been like a handful of lawyers that have been inside the courtroom. You know, they've been keeping up with what goes on and everything. And I pay $4,000 to try to get in. $4,000. That's crazy, isn't it? Hey, Kyle Castleberry, by the way. Thanks for the 5. Keep up the good work, Umbrella Guy. Thank you, man. Chris, thanks for the 10. RIP Ray Liotta. I know that sucks, man. I like Ray Liotta's work, and I mean, well, anybody. Period. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Period. But man, I liked Ray Liotta. So what happened that he couldn't get in? You know, like I said, I didn't watch that. I know he paid somebody $4,000 for, so they called it line cutting. DUI guys, the one that legal bites been. Yeah, somebody sent me like, hey, let me just say this on drama, so I'll say it one time. There was some drama with LawTube. I don't. I avoid drama like that. I used to get into drama every now and then, a lot of times unintentionally, but I actively avoid it now because it takes away from the reasoning that all of this is taking place. You know, this isn't about the streamers. This is about the idea behind it. This is about the idea that somebody could actually finally get justice. Streamers are fortunate. Like for myself, I am fortunate that people show up every day. And it is a disservice to the people that show up to distract them by adding myself into any kind of crazy. So I don't I don't want to be part of any crazy. I just saw that like that is a different thing. But yeah, so people sent me a law tube. I'm not a law tuber anyway. I stream by myself. I stream with like people that I'm friendly or friends with normally, but I don't belong to any cliques or any groups. I don't want to belong to any. I just want to like everybody. You know, that's the best. That's healthy living. You know, YouTube drama is the dumbest drama ever. You know, and especially like I said, when it distracts away from the thing that this is, because this is not about any of us. This is about exposing a fraud. It's about showcasing what's going on. But like I said, it's not about me. It's never has been about me. I don't want to be about me or anyone else, you know? And if anybody, you know, like I said, this channel, I host the channel, all right? I'm the host. But without the audience, it means nothing. So you guys are the channel. And it is a great disservice to you to add any kind of drama. Now we're human too, so that is not an indictment of anyone. You know, we are here hours and hours. We're live every day, and sometimes we shine, sometimes we're great, and sometimes we're very human. I've been very human a few times, and I'm lucky. I have a great audience that just that comes in that does this stuff with me that. That anytime I've not shined, like people have been like, that's okay. You're good to go. So, like I said, it's not an indictment of anyone either. But it's why I don't click up. It's why I don't do anything because I I don't want to be part of anyone else's clique. I just want to do what we do, and you know, I think that's enough. I personally think it is, But anyway, I also think like I said, I'm not a lawyer anyway. I'm not part of a law tube. I'm just a guy out here that's talking about a case, and I'll talk about other cases. I'm not looking at them from the law perspective. I'm looking at them from the what actually motivated this case perspective. There's a lot more there than see. I think something gets lost in translation when we look at it from the law perspective. We obviously need a law perspective because we're in a courtroom, but the court is not the end all. The court is the venue that we have part of this going on, but there's another thing. It's the court of public opinion. In the court of public opinion, there had to be a change. There had to be a win. So, how's my sound today? Somebody said my sound was off in one of my videos, and I thought I couldn't hear it on replay. So, how's everything sound? Does it sound okay? I'll give it a drink real quick too. Good. All right. Good deal. I sound off. I'm just if I sound off, I'm just waking up, getting going. I got a little bit of sleep last night, so I'm myself getting rolling. Solid. Like I said, I wanted to make sure, like somebody, anytime there's sound complaints. I had a video this morning that I put up about Kate Moss, and YouTube, they've been nasty about videos and live streams too. Like they've been, I don't know if other people are experiencing this, but man, they've been hitting like every live stream and saying, nope, no ad revenue for that. And they started hitting videos too. God forbid if you call something a win for Johnny Depp. That they have gotten to the point where they're cracking now. You put Depp and win in something, even the title. What's funny is I could more get away with the title of Amber Heard hates Kate Moss than I can with Depp's Kate Moss win. Like, isn't that crazy? I mean, you're not talking about him winning a case. It's just, hey, she gave him a W. Oh, nope, can't talk about that. They're terrified that you'll use the word win with Johnny Depp. And it's astounding. I think all these places are terrified that there will be any type of win for Johnny Depp. Because if there is, I mean, so many people have been wrong for a long time. And, even if there's not, see, here's the thing, too. The case isn't decided on whether or not the man is guilty or innocent of any type of aggression. It's the case isn't about that at all. Like, as far as that's concerned, really think about that. As far as that's concerned, you're taking the word of somebody that has no real evidence and didn't have any type of courtroom involvement or anything else. And the trial can't. It's not really about that. Again, it's about whether or not a specific article that she wrote destroyed his career. And part of that argument is about violence, but the case is not about whether or not he did that. So that's one of the dangers inherent to this case too, is if there was a loss in this case, then you'll have all these people that'll, well, that means this. No, that actually doesn't mean that, Philip Booty, thanks for the 2. Kate Moss video was about 80% right channel. Huh, that's weird. All right, thank you for noting that. That's very strange. I'll have to see if I can adjust that then. There may be something off with the new computer and everything. You know how that goes. Like Miss Parasol. Yeah, she had a stream last night as well. She was talking about what was, her thoughts on all of this stuff. I mean, she's I've been keeping up with this for a long time, and she hasn't necessarily, picked up every single piece of information, but she's probably picked up more than like I would say 95% of people that that cover right now. So yeah. Troy Neenan thinks Survive. You should have gotten another project going before the case. Maybe a pirate comic. No, never do two comics on top of each other. Like you got to get one comic out. Also, fun enough, like Indiegogo. They have to. They're very nebulous about when the first payout is. They still haven't paid out my first thing. I mean, they will sooner or later, but they've been terrible about answering emails this time. I know, so I'll probably have to ask them on Twitter or something. I'll probably have to just shout it out like publicly. Yo, answer your emails. That's like not a problem with stuff. It's just like, man, these companies, I swear, so many companies. I mean, they're probably understaffed, but understaffing is hire more people now. Nightcat, thanks for the 5. Morning, Tuck. My wife thinks your wife should go by Miss Parasol, a fancy lady umbrella. She didn't want to be an umbrella though. That's the she doesn't like for a channel why she wants to do her own thing. So like the umbrella guy thing is me. It's my thing. So she like as far as her channel and all of that, she wants to do her own thing. Let's see. So just got paid. Great work this week. Hashtag free the net. Thank you LDG for the 5 there. Appreciate you. Liam Roberts, thanks for the 449. Hey, Tug, can we start the day off by wishing Depp's daughter, Lily Rose, a happy birthday? Happy birthday to her. I'm glad that they managed to keep her out of a lot of this insanity, too, because they tried. They tried to pull her in every time. And I'm getting ready to see Alice Cooper tonight here in the UK. That's awesome. I bet that'll be fun. Marie Eve, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the... Here, let me start over there. My brain, you can tell when it's still tired. Marie, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tug's Thugs. Apparently, I've got to mute my phone. There we go. Gonna be G. Closing will be odd. So we got a few closing. They remember, there's 2 cases really involved here. So usually be, plaintiff, defendant, plaintiff. It'll be just like a jigsaw. Plaintiff, defendant, plaintiff, defendant. But remember, it's because you're going to have them addressing 2 different issues. So they'll go in, they'll address main claim, and then they'll flip. So it'll be kind of different. Like I said, there's 2 items here, not just one item. They have the main claim and the counterclaim. And remember the counterclaim it's still there. I don't know how the counterclaim would ever win. Like I can't see the counterclaim winning. But we'll see. I just like for myself, I cannot see the counterclaim like saying 3 statements in public destroyed his life as well. Didn't Camille miss a gotcha moment yesterday when AH said she wrote the article about JD's power, therefore it's about him? It depends. Like I don't know if it necessarily was a gotcha moment that was missed. They could bring it up in closing. They could bring it up to the jury. Be like, yo, because they actually get to, what is that little space called? Right in front of the jury. I can't think of what it's called. They actually get to use that. They get to get in front of them. They get to speak straight to them, and they get to tell them, this right here, she actually admits to it. This is what's there, and we'll see how much of their 2 hours they use too. They get 2 hours for their time on all of it. Casey Nelson, thanks for the 5 there. Thank you so much for your awesome coverage of this story. Can't wait to have a mega pint in celebration of JD's win. They should award him. Well, he sued for it. They should award him the $7 million. Well, he sued for $50 million. So, like, not just 7. He sued him for $50 million. He's probably spent. I saw an estimation from Newsweek. I don't know how accurate this is, but they said that he had spent around $5.5 million just in the case portion alone. I mean, I could see that about $6 million on the case, but that doesn't count like anything external. It doesn't count all the other things you have to dig up and the other case. So, like I said, conservatively, I figured $15 million between the cases. I think that's about right. Again, I feel like that's a conservative estimate. You know, like think about how much money that is. You know what's scary about that is that most of us, if we ever had a problem like this, we would never be able to clear our name. Now, what I'm going to do today, since we don't know when they're going to come back or if they're going to come back today or not, what we're going to do after closing is we're going to goof off live. We're going to do it until they're not going to necessarily, they get to stay as long as they want today. So I don't know if she said that, within reason. So I don't know what that means, but I'm going to live stream until whenever. So if you want to hang around today, we're going to hang out all day long. We're going to hang around all night long, all night. Yeah. No, we're going to hang around for a while, though. Because, I mean, if they return to it, everybody has to keep an eye out for a decision, too, today. Because we don't know when it'll come in. We don't know what it'll be. But we'll try to catch it. If it comes in today, solid. If it doesn't come in today, this is a holiday weekend. So the jury will not be back until Tuesday. So it's quite possible that they will try to deliver a verdict today. So they don't see. I almost don't like that in a way. I mean, I like the fact that a jury could be motivated, but a jury could be motivated just to deliver a verdict like that, so they don't have to deal with this on next Tuesday. Come back in. The faster that they get done, the less that they have to do. So we'll see. That may actually go very well for like that changes when you're talking about a decision that comes in fast or not. That changes the entire landscape. Because you can't just judge it and say, well, if it comes in fast, then this is what it means. Typically, it might mean X, but with them coming in and doing that, they could change up the meaning totally. So we'll see if they deliver a verdict, then we will talk about it through weekend, win, lose, or draw. Well, not a draw, but you know what I mean. We'll talk about it anyway. We'll see what's there, and again, I caution people, when you look at this, it's not just part of the court portion. Yes, we focus on, but winning wasn't just about being in the courtroom. Winning was about putting every piece out there on display, showing the world what transpired. And you'll probably, in the aftermath, I bet you money there will be a month of aftermath with this. You're going to see ramifications. You're going to see exactly what happens. It'll be interesting you'll be interesting to see like how the coverage of this is after the fact. It'll be fascinating to see. I'll bet you money that if there was God forbid, but if there was a win for an AH, that I can imagine a lot of these networks here that have been pretending for clicks that they're pro Johnny Depp. I bet you they switch off really fast. Court TV will be one of them. Court TV is, man, they just irritate me. I can go on a rant about Court TV all day long. Let me see. Hey, proud Tug Thug, what's up? Thanks for that 100. Thank you. 100 pound. Wow. Here you go, Tug. Gonna be super late again watching this as I'm working soon. Maybe about 5 to 6 hours late. So I'm hoping it goes well. Mad respect. Keep it up. But remember, like closing everything. You'll probably come in when they're deciding. After 6 weeks, I need a mega pint. Yeah, I know I do. Indeed. Okay, happy thanks for the 5. In day. So much information readily available instantly. How 3 jurors kept sequestered for the decision. I don't know how you keep anybody, like, how honestly would you keep anybody from knowing what's going on in this? I mean, for real, like, how would you ever keep this information on the DL? I know you tell people not to go on and not to look into this, don't examine the case, but I mean, my God, it's everywhere, you know? I mean, this case is everywhere. It's not. I don't know how you would avoid the case. You know, I mean, you can't turn on your TV. You can't, like, if you have main network. I mean, I could go home and like, movies or something, but you can't turn on the news. You can't turn on Twitter, especially, man. You turn it on, like, it is just a million hashtags. Like I said, you can't tell anything. Like, you can't avoid this at all. So I don't know. Like, with the jury not being sequestered, I don't know how they could avoid this subject. And the jury is not. I mean, when you're talking about the jury makeup, they would be more likely. I think most people would be more likely to go and check out a place. Like, what are you more likely to do? I guess that's a better question. Are you more likely to go and look at the mainstream media, or look somewhere like social media apps, like, Instagram or Twitter or YouTube? Because for me, I only look at the mainstream media when I'm looking for how they're responding to something. I don't care about their reaction anymore. You know, I don't know how many people actually tune into the mainstream media anymore. So, you know, I've stopped tuning into them totally. So, court feed. There's the court feed's not up yet for live view. Live view goes up in 5 minutes. The people who have a camera parked in there, like, there's 2 places that have cameras parked in there. What they do is they used to, like Law and Crime. Law and Crime used to strike any YouTuber that would cover stuff, because, like, they would have done it with this. They would have taken the main court feed, and they want to claim the main court feed. All these other places, what they've been trying to do is they'll put a logo over it, like they own, the broadcast, and they don't own the broadcast. Nobody owns the broadcast. So, I mean, if they're doing nothing, these places like, there have been a few places that have been good about it. Sky News has been one. CBS, interestingly enough, they've been good about it too. Both of them have been broadcasting without pretending that they own the trial. So that's actually kind of good. It's not up yet. There are people like, oh, get on there. It's not up. It's not up yet. It'll come up for the live view. Doesn't go live until, that's what, I know. You can say Sky News and Sky News, CBS, all of those. Like, again, Law and Crime has a camera parked in there though, but they don't get anything with that. But it hasn't started yet. And thanks for 5. Tug, why no comments on AH statement on Cross yesterday that only her and Isaac have cried on the stand? No tears from her, from what I've seen. Well, you gotta walk it carefully. You know what I mean? You gotta walk you gotta walk your statements carefully. Because if you don't walk your statements carefully, if you look like you're attacking a victim, then that's a problem. Camille can't look like she's victim attacking or victim blaming in any way. We got 3 minutes and it goes live. So, yes. It's not up yet. That's what I'm telling you. It's not on live yet. The court feed is not live yet. And people are like, no, you have two networks that have a camera parked in the courtroom, so they're live, but the court feed has not gone live yet. I'm watching like 4 live feeds, the live view. If we watch anything but live view, we get knocked offline because places like Law and Crime hit YouTubers. That's the problem with it. So we have to watch the live view. Which again, the live view does not go live until 8 o'clock. So, but yes, their cameras in the courtroom, they go live, but the court does not go live until 8. Like I said, I'm not going to answer that again though. But that's the way it works. But yeah, like Law and Crime and stuff, they have done their best to shut down independent journalists from covering this at all. Like they didn't even want a pool camera. They wanted exclusive rights to this thing, which would have meant that we would have to allow them to be the arbiter of what goes on. And they already get preferential treatment on it just from YouTube alone because considered news organization, which is kind of strange and silly when you think about it. Man, last day though. Well, last day, unless, again, jury decision. Like I said, we may have a weekend where we talk about this or not. But beyond that. Closing arguments. They told us that they're going to split time too. They'll split time as well. They still haven't gone live yet. The judge decides when the courtroom feeds go into. The judge is the one that set how the live for feeds actually goes. So you have everybody, but again, Law and Crime. The Law and Crime stuff though has been nuts. Let's see. Yeah, like if you look NBC, CBS, Sky News, everybody's just parked waiting for the thing to go live. But Court TV is in there. Court TV is embedded, and they're pretty pro Amber Heard too. They've been setting with Amber Heard's people, which has been kind of wow. Now, there's a few places that are playing like entry, but that doesn't matter too. I always hated the entry stuff, like the Independents playing the entry stuff. They're playing the same one from yesterday. Like they don't. One of the things about the entry camera stuff that kills me is that you don't get anything new with it. So when people play the entry stuff, when they show it up with his lawyers, they don't even show the new ones. All right, there's the feed. Now the feed has gone live. So I got it. Here we are. Give me 1 second. I'll have it switch over.
Just also, I did, for the ones that are going to go back to the jury, I did take off the Depp and Heard on the title, so it just has the numbers on the jury instructions, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready for the jury.
See, we're good. We just have to set it up while we're in the moment. This has been a learning experience about how lives set. Look at that. It automatically diminishes the quality to 380. That's why I keep looking over and making sure everything's set before the jury gets in there. There. Let's see if that popped it up. There we go.
Good morning.
And we'll boost the volume. I'm about to boost their volume quite a bit. and we'll adjust it down if necessary.
Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case. Before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay? Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right. As to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them, but I would ask for your attention while I read them to you, okay? With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay? All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number 1, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number 2, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number 3, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number 4, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number 5, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number 6, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number 7, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Miss Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number two, are any of the statements about Miss Heard? Number three, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Miss Heard? Number four, are any of the statements false? Number five, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number six, if Miss Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Miss Heard's damages? On these issues, Miss Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Miss Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Miss Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Miss Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number one, Miss Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. Number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Miss Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Miss Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Miss Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Miss Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Miss Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Miss Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number two, the statement is about Miss Heard. And number three, the statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. And number four, the statement is false. And if Miss Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number five, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Miss Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Miss Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Miss Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Miss Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Miss Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Miss Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement: "We have reached the beginning of the end of Miss Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." And number 2, the statement is about Miss Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Miss Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Miss Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, "the greater weight of the evidence," also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number 1, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied. An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you are not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe from the evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business. Number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering. Number three, any injury to his or her reputation. And number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the party seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments. There you go. You got it. I think so.
Oh man,
Nope,
this time we're
you had it
actually
for a
gonna have
second.
a wired mic. That's going to be nice. I'll turn the sound up if it's really low. And I'll be
Good morning. Thank you. Let's try that again. Good morning. On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to get a no-notice ex parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see. the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016, also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see. Two years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name, but Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face standing outside the courthouse, and they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence. And yes. It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James, Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clod Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him, because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad, it's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day, and he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp, a swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp, scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started...
You are such a baby! Grow the fuck up,
Because you
Johnny!
started physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to
Because-
get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Ms. Heard on that recording. Let's play one more.
That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's...
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you give me some of the best performances in
No,
the fucking
you're
show.
right. I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance and you. No, I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't
else
regret.
that you do? Oh, come on.
don't
The
regret.
word.
No, I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay on me. What else? What else other things you want to add?
Can't talk to
You
you when you
fucking
sound
lying piece of
positive.
shit. What?
Oh,
Like
no,
a
I
kid's show.
want to know.
Yeah,
I want
get out your Uber's
I'm
out
kind
there.
of waiting. Go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in.
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 1,500 houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Go
Run
on.
away.
This is the real Miss Heard, the one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Ms. Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed. Ms. Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine, but somehow these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later. In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing, She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued, but you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money, but she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. It was Ms. Heard who fired the first shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement, you got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States.
Yeah.
It's called the American
Right.
Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never
I
heard
wanted
of.
nothing.
When you catch Ms. Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal: Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes? Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like. Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face. Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress. Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows. And here is what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day. Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault. And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers, the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation. These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name, but they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face. The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it is not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
Thank you, Camille. Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, You have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house, so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping. And he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. Miss, sure.
So we've got us an objection, breaking up those end statements. We'll see exactly how that goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified to.
It's exactly
We
what
just
she
discussed
testified.
that.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're still at it. Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But, as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allegations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marks testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything, and she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp. And Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016. And as Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ, with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipsis, unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights, unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, a public figure representing abuse. And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it? Some of it's hard to read, so maybe Tom might please blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating, I promise, just once more here. 1, Quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money, nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form. And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed, and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can. Were each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard and has come forward in this case shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living with them for 6 years, and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break at this time. Again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
That was a good closing. Powerful.
All right, let's come back at 11:05. Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
That's a powerful closing, though. They did really well on it. They brought up a lot of good points. I like how Rottenborn actually made a big mistake in that, too, in the fact that when he paused for Kate Moss, he actually allowed Depp's team to bring that up not once, but twice. So that was a dumb mistake. But hey, so be it. You know, if they want to make dumb mistakes right here at the end. Turn the volume up? Okay. I'll turn it up. Thank you. Here we go. I'll turn me all the way up. Woohoo! There you go. How you now? I'm sounding up. I got used to having to keep the sound so low that I got used to turning the sound down so low that we have to. Well, I've been keeping my sound down. I want to keep it at like a very low volume throughout everything that's going on today because again, I don't want to interrupt. These are closing arguments. This is the closing. Now, like I was saying, Rottenborn made a big mistake in that at the beginning, and his mistake was allowing them to bring up Kate Moss twice. He paused it. He objected to it. After he objected to all of that, it got overturned, and they got to bring it up yet again. So the inference the jury makes with that is, ooh, this is kind of important, right? Because, if you try to stop the guy from talking in his closing and he gets to bring it up yet again, they heard it live right there as you have Ben Shu directly speaking to them. So again, not a smart strategy for Rottenborn, but there's not a lot that you can do in this moment anyhow. As far as Amber Heard's team is concerned, like with the closing, 2 hours actually, well, not quite 2 hours, but that was a pretty effective closing. I thought so anyway. They go through, they noted the entirety of what Camille did well of bringing up the falsity. Amber Heard's story is fake. We're going to hear from the other side in just a moment, but the falsity to that was brought up. Like I said, it was very good. It was very poignant, saying the one thing I think she could have hammered a little more is the lack of medical records. I would have hammered that with everything. But I liked how she brought up the first time that we ever hear any kind of abuse hoax, the first time that ever makes circulation is when, let me pull that off the screen. The first time we ever hear anything about the abuse hoax is when Tara Roberts brings this up. She was the island overseer. We'll talk about her when the jury. What we're going to do today is we still have all the closing from the other side plus more, but the sound is better today on them too. I typically have been boosting the sound like 600% just to make it out, but today the sound has been much better. It's kind of strange. I'm setting up give me a minute too. I'm setting up a background just in case something happens to their feed. I'm setting up a secondary feed too. I don't trust them not to go offline for some kind of weird reason. So I'm fixing it right this moment. It was a good closing though. Like I said, the first time that they ever brought up the abuse hoax was with Tara. I said Tara Reid. Did I say Tara Reid? Tara Roberts. I almost said Tara Reid. Tara Roberts. I hope I didn't say it before. Tara Roberts was the person that ran his island. She's the one that talked about the mineral spirits jacking Johnny Depp in the face. So the first time that any of that was ever mentioned by Amber Heard was actually to deflect from Tara Roberts' statement. Let me see if we can pull that up real fast. Tara Roberts, like I said, she had a very powerful statement throughout all of this too, because she overwhelmingly supported Johnny Depp, and that's what you have. But unlike Amber Heard, Amber Heard has one person that backed her claims, one person, and that's her sister. And even in that one claim, it doesn't make sense. It's never made sense. For Johnny Depp, he has multiple people. One of the things that also backs him up, remember, something that we didn't hear in this case, Amber Heard hired a private investigator. He's a Hollywood fixer is what they call the guy. This Hollywood fixer goes in to find anything he can report on Johnny Depp, and he comes back to Amber Heard and he tells her, well, we can go with we can take a different approach because some of some of the friends of Johnny Depp, they may be jerks. You know, maybe they had some things to say that were mean. Maybe you could call that verbal abuse, but I can't find anything on Johnny Depp. I can't find one person that we can turn around and point the finger to and say that Johnny Depp is guilty. That right there is a powerful statement because you hire somebody, again, a self-described Hollywood fixer, to come in and to try to wreck Johnny Depp. And instead, he goes back, he gets fired by Amber Heard's team. He goes public after that because they come out and they defame him. And he goes forward and he says, the reason that they did this isn't because I didn't do my job, but it's because I did my job. And when I did my job, I didn't tell them what they wanted to hear. And I always thought that was a very, like I said, a very powerful statement on the side of Johnny Depp. Because when you're hiring people, when it's their job to defame, when it's their job to wreck someone, and they can't find anything whatsoever to say about you that's terrible, that's negative. I mean, yeah. So Tara Roberts, though, like I said, her statements, I always thought they were pretty powerful because, again, she is they tell you have to discount every single employee. I mean, that's been part of their narrative. And okay, if it were one employee that was taken up for Johnny Depp and Johnny Depp had some overwhelming amount of evidence against him, then I could concur with that. When it's every employee, when it's the police, here's Tara Roberts, by the way. Like I said, Tara Roberts went on record talking about what happened, on the island. She said that, during the evening of December 29, 2015, this is the first time Amber Heard deflects this by bringing up sexual violence. Depp drove to the office alone on his John Deere Gator. He had said that he just needed to get away from Amber Heard. Shortly after, Amber showed up at the office. She started pleading with him to come back to the house. And at the point, I walked out of the office. A few minutes later, I heard a vehicle start and I stepped outside. She was standing in front of the vehicle, screaming at him and apparently not letting him get away by blocking his path. He climbed into the vehicle and he drove her back to their house. I went in my golf cart, went to the cafe, which is a short distance from the house. I called Christy as I was unsure how far this would go. Well, I could not hear what caused the fight. Amber repeatedly berated him in increasing ferocity. She was insulting him, calling him names. And in the middle of this onslaught, I heard her say specifically, "Your career is over. No one will hire you. You're washed up, fat. You'll die a lonely man." And also screaming things that were incomprehensible. At some point, Johnny tried to leave again. As they were now in the parking lot, he repeatedly asked for the keys for his vehicle, which she had taken out, refused to give him, which were later found in the house. He was responding to her verbal attacks by saying, "Go away, just leave me alone." She screamed and berated, rose to a fever pitch. Johnny continued to yell, "Go away and leave me alone." I asked Christy what I should do, and she said I should keep an eye on the situation. As Amber's rage continued to escalate, and I described the scene to Christy, she said I needed to intervene and I should go to Johnny's assistance. I hung up and immediately ran to the parking lot. I saw Amber lunge at Johnny, clawed, tugging aggressively at him. He continued to stand there, yelling at her to stop and to leave him alone. When he was stepped back to leave, her onslaught would start again. During the entire incident, I never saw Johnny hit Amber, push her back, nor did he physically react to the attacks. She would calm down and hug and apologize. Then he would say he needs to leave, and it would start again. Finally, I stepped between them. She continued to reach for him, but maybe my presence stopped it. I walked him to the cafe, laid down, and that is when I saw that he had a red swelling gash on the bridge of his nose. Amber, Johnny then told me, had thrown a quarter-size can of lacquer thinner, that's the mineral spirits, into his face, causing the gash. The next morning, the bushes around the house were filled with art supplies that had been thrown, including paint brushes, paint tubes. The deck was stained with the thinner. There was no damage to the house, and she made no mention to me of what had transpired the night before and into the morning. She had also removed her wedding ring, thrown it, and asked for help finding it as they were leaving in the afternoon. I found it and returned it for her. Then she talks about, the makeup. I saw her makeup free. Nothing. So that's when she first created abuse claims, saying that Johnny Depp abused her. Because those claims, the only way that she could, excuse me, I got to clear my throat 1 second. Oh man, weather. The only way that she can deflect away from these claims, the only way that she can salvage her lies, is to go to something that is probably the best armor for someone like that. And unfortunately, that type of armor, it's worked, and it's worked very well for people like Amber Heard. She has cloaked herself in the armor of Me Too. And as Ben Chew said, this is an interesting Me Too case because there's no one else yelling, Me Too. This happened to me too. Amber Heard stands alone in these accusations because there is no one else pointing the finger at Johnny Depp. Nuke Worker, thanks for the 9. Wish Camilla had zoned in on the recordings when JD said you made it physical, so I had to leave. Yep, that's recorded in words, rates, and not a personality of one confrontation. Yeah, did it a million times. Carrie Pink, thanks before typing back. Thanks for the 9. I really appreciate you don't talk during trial, Tug. I'm surprised they didn't bring up AH's lack of physical allegations, abuse photos. She snaps everything, but they did bring up her lack of photos. Remember they said, they said that in Australia, she mentioned all of this. She took pictures of the mirrors, but she didn't take pictures of any of the horrific injuries that she detailed. And she did this over and over again. So they didn't bring it up. It was in the Camille portion. See, they had a double strategy. Camille's job is to point the finger at the abuse claims. Because as a female, she could lay the foundations better, and that it won't. Unfortunately, in the way that society rests now, you have to have a female talk about these claims with a female, because otherwise, oh my God, it's just a bunch of guys. It's a guys' club, and they're attacking. On top of that, you have Ben Chew, whose job is to build up the narrative, talking about the op-ed, and the op-ed is definitely about Johnny Depp. If people don't realize, see, this is on record as well. They brought up not just the op-ed as it's written, but the op-ed as it was drafted. And as it was drafted, this is a part of your defense. If you look at this, I know it's blurry because it's on Twitter, just clipped in there. But she says, then 2 years ago, after I got a temporary restraining order, you know what's sad is I'm not reading this. I just know what it says. I've seen it so many times. After I got a temporary restraining order against my then husband, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. That is sad. I know that verbatim, actually. I would be glad to purge stuff like this out. There's still, even after the trial, I realize the public eye will go away, and I've seen quite a few, law tubers that just watch it as a trial. I want to watch the aftermath of it. I don't win, lose, or draw. I want to see what the aftermath of it is. And there's a lot of stuff, again, the public tuned in for a specific moment. And that's good. I'm glad that they tuned in for a specific moment. But we're not dealing with a court case. See, this is a hard thing to get people to understand. We're not dealing with a court case. We're dealing with a person's life. And no matter what happens in the decision, the aftermath, it'll be interesting to watch the aftermath. And it'll be interesting to watch what is unfolded in here, because even if, like I said, if a decision goes for her in some weird alternate world, if the decision did go for her, you still have the public that are keenly aware of what's there. They are keenly aware of what transpired. And as the public is keenly aware of what transpired, they will, it'll be interesting because I don't know how even, I don't see a scenario where she wins. You know, I don't see a scenario where this is a win for her. You will have organizations in the media that are boosting her. They're doing it right now. I mean, the media, they do the whole thing. The Guardian, I saw another journo going on record, talking smack, saying that people that support Johnny Depp are, of course, a bunch of misogynists and on. But the reality is that the public, Twitter is not the public. But Twitter to turn against her, that says something. I mean, you have people, if you really want to feel for what journalists spread, this is their take. Because again, this stuff gives them power. But this is a journalist. The Depp versus Heard trial is clearly a new Gamergate. Misinformation, misogynistic hate, and resentment against Me Too are being wielded to draw people into the far right. If there weren't so many cowardly hand-wringing about how complicated the case is, this would be obvious. One of the reoccurring misogynistic fantasies that animated the fear of Me Too was that men would be ruined by false allegations, specifically from jilted lovers. But between Heard and Gamergate, it seems like the people most likely to be victimized by vindictive ex are women. Where did that come from? Like, where do we see, first of all, this isn't any other thing. This isn't about video games. This isn't about anything, but they want to shift it and they want to turn it into a narrative that they've already promoted to the point that people buy in. Maybe here's a clue to people too. When you hear them talking about something else, like they'll throw out words like Comicsgate, right? Those pesky comic. Maybe they lied about that too. I know they looped me into that. I'm like, I create comics, with my daughter and my wife writes one of them, and yeah, that's apparently misogyny for them. We had some sound come through, so I was trying to see if, but when they talk about that, again, that should probably be more of a sign to people that maybe these people lied about all of those things. Because they call all of these things some kind of, some kind of pathway to and it's the strangest. It's the strangest stuff. And I love that the media is exposing all of their strange fantasies. How that's the deflection point now. They created a boogeyman. They created this term that they can make you. And a lot of people fear being called that boogeyman, A lot of people, they don't want to be called, because they're not, People don't want to be called misogynists because they're not. They don't be called racists or sexist or bigots because they're not. But at some point, you should shrug that off and you say, screw them. I'm not going on the defensive against those words because those words, they aren't me. Heck, the majority of people that are talking about what goes on with the Johnny Depp versus, we're not talking about men. We're talking about women that lead this. But hey, So we'll have the defense come in, and they'll talk. They'll do their thing. Funny that she said his career is over, and clearly hers is. I don't know how she ever gets work again. I don't understand it. And again, I'll make this clear. I'm not saying that her career should be canceled. She clearly canceled her own career. Nobody had to cancel her because she canceled herself. It's funny, like looking at the world see this. It is so telling because as the world looks on with all of this stuff, they understand just how insane her claims have been. I never thought that we would see such a backlash to it. Like they said, the backlash has not been, it's not to Me Too, because Me Too, it's to Me Too and what it's become. but it's not to Me Too as the idea. The idea of Me Too is a valid idea because all it was simply supposed to suggest is it's not about going out and claiming, like the way Ben Shu noted it, this was the weakest Me Too because there was no other Me Too. It was this singular person pointing a finger and saying, oh, this guy. But it's really, it's not supposed to be about that anyway. This was supposed to be about domestic abuse survivors coming together and having support. Not support in demolishing lives. Support in putting together something, support in arranging something. Not support in promoting a fairy tale. Why is AH team last to speak today? The defense, it's the way the defense works with that, Pin caps and band-aids, thanks for the 10. Untrue. I stand behind actual victims, actual evidence that is absolute. The arguments of those back in AH is that that we're trying to make people right instead of searching, validating the truth. Yeah, I hate the idea that you shouldn't look for truth in these statements. I mean, again, you see how powerful these statements are because they torched the biggest actor out there's entire career. They brought him down just with words. No proof of action. I mean, it doesn't take anything. You can go out, and again, if you look at like the Sun, for example, I was talking about yesterday, the Sun magnified these claims by taking pictures that were not actual pictures and turning them into a display piece for the world. They took pictures that they just simply weren't real. And what's amazing about this stuff to me is that, like Camille mentioned, and I thought this was a good point to bring up, you have two pictures that are the same picture. Like, for example, they were talking about fake evidence, and she brought this in. You have two pictures that are obviously the same picture. They're taken at the exact same time, the exact same minute, the exact same second. But clearly, they are different pictures. So when you look at that, they're different because they've been edited, is what I mean. They're not different as in the base picture. They're different as the end result. As she said, you've taken something where a person has pink cheeks, as the law noted, and they have now turned into something different. How long is the break? 15 minutes, I was gathering, unless they have something else going on. They're typically 50. Well, we don't know in closing. I mean, we've not had closing, so we don't really know how long their break will be when they're taking their break. I mean, that's the one thing we don't know. There are a lot of people that think we will have a decision today, too. It makes sense, the thinking for a decision today, because it is a holiday weekend, and people don't want to come back in on a Tuesday. They could just be done if they decide today. Here's sound. I'm bringing us back over. By the way, I will, if I feel the need, I will turn up the sound again. I'll judge it when it starts out. I'm not going to turn up the sound until Rottenborn actually gets up there, because the sound today has actually been quite loud comparatively. I do want to hear their closing, but it's been quite loud so far as compared to other days. I mean, I have the volume magnified by 300%. Typically I can barely hear them, and today I've actually had to reduce it because I thought my ears were going to bleed otherwise when I turned it up to 600. I'm going to turn my volume down in just a minute. I'll turn it down to about right here. I will be low, but I don't want to be, like I said, I'm not going to speak while they're speaking. If they go to break, I'll speak.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right. Closing arguments. Mr. Rottenborg?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Rottenborg, is your mic on?
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
You're low.
Okay. In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion, think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much. Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot. You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through? So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focused on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article. Let's try this again. This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article. And think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp, and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's the only evidence presented about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false, and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018, said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. A few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that they're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write, that contained something that had nothing, that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way, and the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience, and if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, "Today I published this." That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But here we are. Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and that they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time. And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they referenced, his mother called him one eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one eye worse than what he did to Ms. Heard? Absolutely not. You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that abuse can take many forms. And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Ms. Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Ms. Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Ms. Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Ms. Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So let's look at some of that evidence. And like I said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth. His own words or the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Ms. Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be, and that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that." This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation, and she's going to get it. He says, "I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her." It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept. That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it. Now, Miss Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return. You heard about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012, when Miss Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. And she said, "And he slapped me across the face." She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, "I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before." That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence. But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Miss Heard.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get on the stand and say that that was Miss Heard's term. That she made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him, because she didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, "I thought I put the monster away." And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, "Thank you, my darling Kipper." He says, "I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within." He tells Stephen Deuters, you know Mr. Deuters, he liked to text Mr. Deuters. He tells him, "She thinks my Peruvian period," which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine, "has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." Imagine that, someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, "Need to discuss the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved." Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
What happened? What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really? Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Oh, bye.
Do you see Miss Heard laughing in that? She's not laughing in that. Mr. Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship. and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Ms. Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public?
Everything's abuse but abuse, right?
Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You'd have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013, when Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. And all you hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance. Victim blaming, blaming Miss Heard for taking this picture of him, for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one.
Yeah, lots of sleeping pictures. Got to get them all in.
In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Ms. Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner, and he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true, so he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car, and he's howling like an animal, Ms. Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse. Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Miss Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, oh, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Miss Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Miss Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him, he testified by the video link on the stand, and I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them. And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side. Just as we previewed they would do in the opening. But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, "Is that about last Friday night by any chance?" And Mr. Depp responds, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment?" He testified on the stand, "I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did." And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident.
Wait,
So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise. And she texts it. Look who she texts that to. She texts it to her mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking. And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer. And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial. There was way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted that he's smashed hotel rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions. So in Hicksville, Hicksville was late May 2013. This is another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
What's that awful noise, Rudberg?
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I keep going?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So that's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. Remember the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island in the Bahamas in 2013, when Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment. That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her for trying to protect his daughter. Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little bit to, actually before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, or maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger, or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger. And so in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On September 2013, in London, Mr. Depp was filming with Paul Bettany. He missed a few days of work, going on a multi-day drug binge. And that's when he told Miss Heard that if she accepted an invitation and went to a concert with a friend that she was starring in a movie with, that the engagement would be off. Talk about coercive control that Don Hughes testified is abuse. That is abuse. And there's been a lot mentioned in this case by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Well, this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi-day bender. That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident. Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco. And Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane. And it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she, he kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please. That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne, and what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text of Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day, where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case. February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it. He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX 353, all but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're getting him drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy. So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face, and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces. And you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception. They're trying to deceive you. And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before she went to bed that night, where Miss Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. This is the next morning. This is what he wrote with the bloody stump of his finger. And there's been testimony about what happened to cut the finger off, but frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is, and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambitions, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber. We talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote "Call Carly Simon." She didn't write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, "I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition." He tells her in this recording,
If you look at the bigger picture,
I
what are the
become
things
irrational
that
when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth. This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein, his therapist, called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil. Jealous, and I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous, you can see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, "I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury." No one who hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, "which do not include injury." But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again, because they're the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine. He said, "That's not my style. I wouldn't write like that." Of course he would, and he did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This, not what you heard on the stand, that. It's disgusting. He admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. "I cut the top of my middle finger off." Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse Velati, "I just chopped my finger off." But he does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying, "the day that I chopped my finger off." Let's hear it one more time.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say it doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there, they got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Henriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Henriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs, and Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, "I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face." And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen. That's abuse. And it's disgusting. But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, "I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful." So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, "Do you really want to go again, tough guy?" And she looked at him, and he balled up his fist, leaned back, and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, "This is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me, and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind." And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up? Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims of coercive control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me, and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail, and I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Enriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day. We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from. I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX580. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas, and on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom, and she said, but this time, he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits, she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car, and at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk, he chest bumped me, he fell to the floor, I fell to the floor, and when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders, and that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says, it actually does on page 64, and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse, it's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news, or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now, and Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim, but these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple, that it lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself, is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having. He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling, "You cut me or I will." You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not going to play it again, but it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive. This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, "I want her replaced on that WB film." Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove, or in order to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't, they will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true, because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems, everyone but himself. You heard us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory, nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager, Joel Mandel, said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirate 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed that said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day. The paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed. Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down, because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm, and fire them, and blame them for things. But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with his testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Hoff about the counterclaim. Thank you.
Amazing. It's about freedom of speech unless Johnny Depp's lawyer has an opinion. Oh my God. What a farce. Plus that umbrella guy runs a, hey, I made it into closing. Not by name, but they mentioned me. Mr. Rottenborn is afraid to name me by name.
I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one, because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what? For nothing. Only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing, because he wants to put her through this again, the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published, and he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement? It says, Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence, but at least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less. But what else is false about this statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all 4 of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony, and interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, you know, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something like that. Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house. Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left. You know these things happened. With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here. But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset, and you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Whitkin's testimony? This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Whitkin said. One of the things is he said he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people. The second thing that Whitkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, you know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years, and he's never sober? You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to, that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up.
She's just rambling.
Before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there from the person from TMZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, you know, positive social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber Heard. And he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber. So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away, and they said, darn, And so they spilled wine and they, busted up the place and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911 and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false, and it's heinously false. Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we all know Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over, he's already been drinking, he's already high, and he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin. So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, "Ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts." Io says, "Amber, get out of there." Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, "Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up." Loudly, loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in. They break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony. After that, he goes and he has to, he always leaves a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw Ben's pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going, goes down the hallway, he's splashing the wine, he gets his bodyguards to let him into penthouse 5. That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day, and he comes in, storming in, and he says, "Get your bitch out of here," and he's got the big magnum, and he's mad, and Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can, and Josh gets out of there too. Then what does he do? He rearranges the furniture, or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something, I think, is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part of this is the police coming. Io calls the police. He's in New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in LA and says, "Please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast." So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come. And, we've talked about it. We've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Elaine is whacked out, man. I have no idea what the heck she is talking about through this stuff. The one thing I did know is that Rottenborn mentioned me without throwing my name in, and his lane's like, no, 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 no. We got to get that name in there, not once, but twice. Because he's the devil. Oh my God, what a bunch of lunacy. Oh Lord. I told you, man, they hate me. I told you they hate me. They've been trying to. People treated it like a conspiracy theory forever when I told you they're trying
You
to take my
recall
channel down.
Josh Drew
Oh, she's
saying
back.
that the police officer told him, she'll give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that. But in any event, she would not cooperate. She didn't want to. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence has the cycles, they come back, and it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report, so to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police officers, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set, it doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, I'm not going to cooperate at all. So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there, and you see there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No. They're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in two different text messages, that 772 and 773, he says, my profound apologies in one of them, and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd if he didn't know that he did all of those things? And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. None of the police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were asked about it. So that's the next one. So clearly, that's 100% false. Clearly, they knew it. Clearly, there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges. Now, let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup thing, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. Remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's minds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somehow, she wasn't.
The approach?
Her rambling. See, like I said, what does this have to do? 3 statements, and she has rambled about the entirety of the case, Australia. She also has her microphone, the way she's animated, moving, all that popping, that's coming from the way that she's wearing the microphone, But I keep thinking, she sounds like a total loon. Oh, man. It's funny. My mom wrote, she was like, you got mentioned again. Hi, Mom.
So I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Walton planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the planting. And that's because it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup. She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, you know, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up? Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here. You guys saw it. You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup and some of them are without. And people misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake happens. But you heard her testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at telling you what colors she puts on for the different days of bruises. This is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not. Now, let's go to the third one. And this is the abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax. But there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will point out a couple things for you. And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that, you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and sexual
Objection,
abuse.
Your Honor.
That Dr. Hughes
Admit-
testified to that.
Again, she's gonna be gotten onto. It's so crazy. Like she keeps going way off script. You know, she just keeps going way out there into the weeds. And you absolutely know that this stuff that she's saying is just way out there in the weeds is not true. That's what they're telling. Like she's drawing inference, making it sound like witnesses said this or witnesses said that, and they didn't. They absolutely did not. And she had to correct that the first time, you know? It's been amazing to watch. It's been amazing to listen to because she's just out there just insanely rambling. By the way, if you're watching this channel, 17,000 people, make sure that you're still subbed if you are subbed to the channel because YouTube just unsubbed 1,000 people. I saw it just go. It's unreal. It's unreal. They still can't slow it down though. So if you aren't subbed, consider subbing because apparently we make a big difference in this kind of stuff. Apparently just going out and having your opinion. I'd never made contact with Amber Heard. I in fact tell people never to make contact with these folks ever, but that just doesn't matter at all. You know, that doesn't matter in the least. So we'll see exactly what Elaine's told. Here she comes back.
So Dr. Hughes specifically characterized Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes as reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those notes, she said yes, but she had no comment, and she didn't
Your Honor,
deny
objection.
that was in there. Confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well. And when I asked Dr. Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said that she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been. But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax, or creating any of this, or making any of this up? That's a big question here. They call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money, because first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you already heard from Ben, called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now, we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence, and look at page 69. It says how much he made in 2015. It was $43 million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your Honor, we're going to object again.
Again, like she's going all over the place. This has nothing to do with Adam Waldman's statements. This is supposed to be about the counterclaim. That's what she was talking about. She was talking about the counterclaim, and she started rambling. Do me a favor, too. Okay, 1,000 subs got scrubbed off my channel. My wife has a channel. I'm going to mention this real fast before she comes back. It's Lola Meats, Lolameatz. They scrubbed 600 from her, and she just now got to 3,500 subs. So if a mod will put that in the chat, I'll pull it up in a second, and I'll post it at the top of the chat. But that just ticks me off. They scrubbed 600. That's what YouTube does, man. You work hard, and they take them away. Lord. This has been a nutty thing, though. Like, again, they've had to get onto Elaine multiple times. And if it was anyone else, I would say that they're trying to throw this case at the end. If there was anyone else. What she's doing here is she's undoing any goodwill that was brought to the court. Like, that's, to me, that's amazing. Like, she's like, hey, you realize that everything that was said by Rottenborn, well, here, let me undo it all. All right. I'm amazed by it. It's funny, though. Wait, you're married? Yeah. I have 2 kids. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, my family lovingly. Yes, that's what I find funny about the sexist comments and stuff, because I have 2 little girls and I'm married, and my wife is a hardcore supporter of justice. See, that it's not a supporter of Johnny Depp. I'm going to pin that to the top of the comments.
So if you do the math, Amber is entitled to at least 31.5. What does she take? $7 million. What does she do with the $7 million? She gives it to charity, or she intends to give it to charity. Now, they make much ado about the pledge versus donation, but both the corporate designees for ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. You know, these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits, and that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it and because she was getting paid over the time. Now, she started to make these donations, and you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with the $100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber, for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them, but then she got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges, and she said that throughout, and I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital, they haven't expired, she can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully intends to, but she has to get out from under this first. Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now, let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here.
That's fast.
There's a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked to you about, she told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove these. And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never negotiate salaries, but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just doesn't want to admit to any of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be Mara in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the defamatory statements. When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, that the young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time. She lost 3 different opportunities that were being discussed with her. The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her mega. But what happened instead? As she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She got The Stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman, and then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for The Stand. She wasn't allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators, who all went way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statements. So you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities, but she used the base that Amber had. So she used the $4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the Stands, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million that she could have had, instead of her star being completely extinguished. And that's what's happened to her. The emotional distress damages are even more extreme here. And that is, Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant. But probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber yesterday, and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. Her daughter, they're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off, has just consumed her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million, or for $50 million. And we sent a message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million, because look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine by following the evidence and the instructions. But we do ask that you fully and fairly compensate Amber for everything that she's been through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very last point is punitive damages, and you surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other and do not do any outside research, okay?
All right. So I made the. Let's let them clear. So I made the closings. I made it from both people. Rottenborn wouldn't mention me, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm going to mention my favorite YouTuber. I'm going to mention my favorite Twitterverse star." She's like, "I love you, Mr. Umbrella." I'm like, "Oh, thanks, Elaine." She is crazy.
So let's come back at 2:10. And just for the record, plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay? I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She had the reason they kept having sidebars is because she kept going like way off script. You know, she was just bringing in. I mean, what did that have to do with anything? I mean, I kept thinking, what is she saying? You know, what does this have to do with? I mean, anything at all? But so we're gonna have rebuttals when they come back from lunch. But I mean, that was something. Like I said, I got a really loud message out of that, though. As far as Elaine is concerned, I have a statement. I have a feeling that she wants some mini umbrellas for her drinks, you monsters. That's what I meant. I meant for her drinks, man. Come on now, man. What were you thinking there for a second? For real, though. It's like, what in the world? Oh man, but it does add. You know, I've talked about them adding validity to certain claims. You know, that were out there, like claims about witnesses and claims about other items. One of the other things that they've added validity to is the fact that, like I've said many times, these people have been trying to take down channels of anyone that was prominent in this stuff, anyone that actually spoke up. But for a while, the reason they focus on mine so much is because, you know, for a while, some people complain about like title wise, you know, you can see my type of titles. You have to get people to pay attention on YouTube. And you know what? I got people to pay attention and they didn't like that. You know, they were like, that guy's a monster. So it was apparently very effective. Now, here's the filing instructions that they keep talking about so much. So you return your verdict if Mr. Depp, on his claim of defamation about the following statement, if he's proved with a greater weight of evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Did she publish this? They've been arguing, too, that, well, she didn't technically do this. It was that organization. She didn't do it, right? She didn't make these statements. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic violence and felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Okay, so if you look at that and you say that Amber Heard is the one that published that, remember, you have to have all of these things work out for you, okay? And I think that most of these things, they do indeed work out for you. But that one right there, I mean, that one's like I said, that one's a big one, you know, as far as the addition. Now, a second one that I love because, again, they want a game on it, is the idea that it was about Johnny Depp. Now, it's not just the newest versions of the op-ed that are on file. You have the older versions, and I'm going to blow this up better for you now since we are on lunch break. But this is this is a letter about the older version. You can actually find the entire drafts of the older version too, but this is one of those out there. They're saying, my main concern is this paragraph. Then 2 years ago, after I got a temporary restraining order against my then husband, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. So that's pretty clear. And there are other ACLU letters that are in evidence as well, including the entire, you can look these up if you're curious about them. And actually, I would recommend that you look up the prior draft to the article, because the prior draft to the article is crazy. You can tell that she had an organization helping her write that. She wasn't happy about the redaction. See, one second. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. One thing, let me real quick. Okay, one thing that she wasn't happy about, and she makes it clear to her lawyer, whom she says is just there, helping her out and on. One thing that she made very clear to them is she wanted more of what she felt her voice was in this article. She wanted to keep in the marriage bits. And she was told, you need to take those out because they're going to get you sued. And they knew full well that this article would get them sued. They knew this. They knew it. They knew it from go. And it didn't stop them. They played this game where they were pretending that, again, you heard the beginning of this. This article's not about him at all. Now, that the statement was about Depp and the statement was false. Okay, now, as part of the statement being false, that's why they're playing up the abuse claim. And it's amazing what Rottenborn was claiming as abuse. Here, let me show you a few abuse pictures that he brought up. And I mean, literally, this is his narrative. Okay, for Johnny Depp sleeping, for example. I didn't pull up those. But Johnny Depp sleeping, that's abuse, right? Just Johnny Depp sleeping, that is abuse. Johnny Depp sending messages to people, that is abuse. Johnny Depp talking about, here's you one, one of my favorites, Johnny Depp talking about oral sex with his wife. Something that people do. They talk about relations with their significant other. Well, talking about that with his wife, I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury. That's abuse. And this is supposed to be him admitting abuse. That's what Rottenberg said. I thought, you've got to be kidding me. Like, that's an admission of the only reason we go for the throat is love. My throat is yours. You're going to be the death of me, but I don't care, she said. Again, oh my God. Her words were, you're going to be the death of me, but I don't care. And that's why he brings up the word injury in it. But they bring up a statement about oral sex. That is proof of abuse, all right? Also, you want to see one of my favorites there this may have worked years ago, by the way. If we were working in maybe the Reagan-Bush era. But in this day and age, we don't have just say no when it comes to pot. Most of us are pretty open about the use of pot. Most of us just don't give a crap. We don't care if somebody smokes out or whatever. I mean, it's whatever. And you know what? I don't ever think I realized that back in like the 20s and 40s, they would put together, movies about reefer madness where people go insane. The only insanity that I see from my stoner friends is them going and maybe abusing a bag of Cheetos, when they're on the munchies. But I mean, seriously, this is not abuse. Even if you don't condone drug use, this is not abuse, but they made it abuse. They also, while they were on that same thing, they made the picture about cocaine here, about abuse, which I always found fascinating because, like I said, there's more in this picture that points to her. That's her table, first of all. Okay? She admitted that on really two court cases now. She's admitted that's her table, number one. the tampon thing, that her sister, that she's the person that originated that. The license, that's actually Amber Heard's driver's license, picture on the back, or signature on the back. The bag, you can find her walking around all the time, but she says that's Johnny Depp's bag. She carries it for him. And then you see the things that really orient it to time. You have a specific item that you can clearly see the headline of, so you know when this is taken. You have this that oriented as time as well. Like I said, this is a cultivated image. You can tell that there's also another picture of this too, one that doesn't have this box in it, but they conveniently left that out. There were multiple staged photographs. This is a staged photograph. You can tell because one thing that should give it away, anybody that has ever had any, even if you've never had used drugs, you need to understand something about like cocaine. Okay, cocaine isn't just a granular drug. Cocaine, as you go through and you chop it up, because this has been refined to a point. What's telling about it too is the person using this, obviously, the person who set that up, they obviously weren't hitting lines for very long, if they've hit any lines at all. Because number one, the higher you get, the more you start refining the lines, because you're like, ooh, I got to keep going. So those lines are not chopped up very much. You notice how some of them are big and chunky? Like usually after you've been using for a minute, yeah, if you use for a hot minute, that stuff gets thinner and thinner and finer. It mashes out on the table. You can't keep the residue off the table no matter what. If you've been sitting there and using drugs, it will make residue. Like you can't help it. Because that's cocaine, like I said, it isn't just a powder like people might think. Like after a while, even with mirrors, you're going to leave cutting agents behind. You're going to leave whatever people have put with it. It leaves residue behind. So you can tell, like I say, this is part of manufacturing. You can also tell, again, you can see her phone, or maybe it's his phone, but it looks like her phone from the time. I would say that's her phone. I think it looks like her iPhone that we see from those the injury picture. Let me see. Let me pull this up real quick. I think it's her phone from the bruised arm photograph. Which that was amazing too, anyway, because she said, and I quote, that even if Amber Heard did something to him, that doesn't matter. We're not claiming that Amber Heard was an angel. They admitted abuse. Like that should undo her. But there's her phone. You see the phone in this picture right here? That looks like that phone right there in the background, if I'm looking at that correctly. One of the really keen kickers, though, and it took me a long time to really register what this is in here. That's an ashtray. Johnny Depp is a prolific smoker, especially at that time, a prolific smoker. And you notice that's an empty ashtray. It's not only empty, it's clean. So Johnny Depp hasn't sat down at this table. That tells you quite a bit. That tells you what you need to know. Beyond this, too, they brought in this picture with the face, and they were saying, so I thought this was actually a very profound statement of admittance by them. They brought up this picture, right? And they said this arm bruise right here was supposedly 15 days after an alleged incident. So this is supposed to be on her arm for 15 days. But all of her facial injuries that she claimed, from getting beaten about the face with rings. He's wearing fat rings. You've seen his rings. You know, actually, let's pull up a picture of his rings. We don't have to take, you don't have to take my word on it or anything. Let's find a picture of his rings. Because he wears some big ass rings, you know? And his rings, they're not, I wear a lot of rings, but my rings aren't fat like his rings. Like he's had different styles over time too. So you'll be able to see different ones in the picture, but it'll just give you an idea of what kind of rings he wears, okay? Because when they say chunky rings, like you need to see them. I think they should have been showing pictures of his hands every time. Like if you look at his rings over time, look at them. Like, we aren't talking like little rings here, you know? Like, we are talking about like intensively damaging rings. It would also, okay, another thing that I think that Johnny Depp's team should have went with as well. They should have pointed out one thing you would never be able to avoid. If Johnny Depp were her all the time, you know what that's going to do? That's going to jack your hands up. Because those kind of rings right there, those rings are not conducive to beating somebody. Like me, I have some flat rings, and even my flat rings, if I were to hit something, they would hurt my fingers. They would pinch and tear. Those do not set flat enough to hit somebody. You will bust your hands up doing that. I mean, those rings, they would tear your hands apart. But they try to pretend like any of these types of rings that he wears around, you know, any of them. They were also trying to pretend, oh, look, he only has one ring on. I was like, idiot, it's the other hand, bud. It's the other hand. Oh, he only has, it's the other hand, man. You know? He's not talking that like me. I'm obsessive. Okay, I wear multiple rings. I wear like I was saying, I wear on both pinkies. I wear 2 rings. On my middle fingers, I do not wear rings, but I wear I'm left-handed, so my dominant hand I wear 2, 2, 0, 1, 1. Okay, and on my non-dominant hand I wear 2, 1, 0, 1, 0. So that's going from pinky to thumb. And I can't even imagine hitting somebody in the face with all that. I mean, you know, when soft tissue would be one thing. Okay, like a bruise on the arm, like he was saying, but the face. If you were to hit somebody in the face with all of that stuff, can you imagine the madness that would create? I mean, seriously. Again, that little bruise right there. But she says he beat her about the face, and she's healed after 15 days. She's miraculously gotten better. She's all good to go now. She's good to go. Crazy, isn't it? Men, thanks for the 14. Reality of accountability sucks, but she must be held to account. She's responsible for consequences of what she says and does. Hope the jury remembers that. Effort feelings. Yeah, well, they're trying to play that up, you know? They're trying to play that up there. Blind Ghost, thanks for 5. Hi from the, love the channel. Thank you from there. Love back to, from Little Town in Tennessee. That's also her infinity cup on the cocaine. Well, okay, the reason I count out the cup is because there could be other cups out there. So it would be hard to make that stick. I firmly believe it's hers because she carries one around all the time. She uses it like a trophy. But I eliminate that because, again, it's his business. What I can eliminate is her driver's license. The fact that they're using a tampon applicator is, you know, that's why I don't bring it up. Because, you know, that's their argument, and they have argued that before. That's why I was like, okay, well, that's an argument that actually will confuse people. Does he own that business? Yes. Does he have multiple cups? Probably. So that argument, as far as a court argument, I try to establish arguments that are they're almost entirely indefensible for her because she has so many out there. I mean, think about her argument now. She's had to turn, and again, it is a good argument, you know, when you say that. It is more likely her cup. But the other stuff on the table, it is her driver's license. That very much looks like her phone in the background. It matches up the phone she's using right around that time. You know, the bag that she says belongs, you know, it's Johnny Depp's whatever, his medical bag, as she was calling it. Well, Crystal Pond, thanks for the 20. We cannot let false allegations against our fathers, brothers, and sons be rewarded. No, and you know, we can't let identity be used as a shield by people like this, because again, you know, as women, I'm sure that this is a frustrating experience because she's using your identity. As domestic abuse survivors, men or women, I'm sure that this is frustrating because she is using your identities again as a shield. Oh, have you seen Eve Barlow's crap? Before we continue this, so Eve Barlow, she is manufacturing one of the most ridiculous stories here, and I want to bring this up because of what she's trying to do. All right, she's posing for the media where she's doing this, trying to make a show of things. So she's like, I'm disturbed by the amount of people sending me pictures and videos of what Amber would look like. Let's just say out. That's when you see her. That's prawn. Let's just say different kinds. It's beyond my comprehension. You're not advocating for justice. You're advocating for abuse. Now, here's the thing that you need to understand. All right, when you see that, you see this right here. Unless you're somebody that Eve Barlow approves, you can't contact her. You can't message her. There's no way to message her. So how exactly are people slipping this through? What I do see, though, are people that are here, like this person, for example. This person claims connection to Amber Heard's teams. They are part of doxing groups. They were admittedly doxing people. If you don't understand doxing, that means taking people's private information and turning it public for some kind of nefarious means, to do damages. So you have these people that are admittedly doing horrible things with information, but you have them playing this is defensible game somehow. Because see, that same person here, I'll pull this up for you real fast. That person, you saw them in the comments there, right? Well, this is that same person. 1 second. Right here. Please don't tell anyone in the other group that we know the identities of redacted. This is somebody they're taking their information. What's more, though, we're going to keep, they typo, we're going to keep that hush until we know what Amber's team will do with that info. Wow. Construction of narratives. So anyway, let's go back to what else they need to prove. Okay. Like I said, I find all this fascinating. I find this whole circus fascinating, And again, like I said, I realize that there are people, LawTube, for example, they'll check out when the trial is over. I'll probably cover 4 weeks after, I think, is my estimation, unless something just more happens. I mean, I'll talk about like if movies are gotten or not, but I'll probably take 4 weeks and examine what the fallout is, no matter what the decision is, because Amber Heard has been revealed as an abuser to the whole world. What I think would be I don't know how you ever come back. She's admitting that. But anyway, so it was false. That statement in this is a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. So is this statement defamatory about Mr. Depp? Well, if you're saying that there's domestic abuse, you are implying that he's a domestic abuser. So yes, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. Okay, her name, she put it on there. She shared it out. It was due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement. It conveyed defamatory implications to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. Well, how many people thought, well, 2 years ago, when Johnny Depp was wed to her, I mean, how many people would see that and think that's about Johnny Depp? And it's, that intent, it conveyed that. If Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence that Miss Heard made this statement with actual malice, yeah, you've heard the stories out there. You've heard what she's doing. And again, her obsession. She likes to play this game of, I just want him to go away. No, you want him to shut up. That's what it is. You want him to stop defending himself, because it's much easier to destroy someone's life if they just shut up and they park it and they don't say anything back, right? Makes it so much easier. Jamie Redmond, thank you for the $20 super chat. No statement, but plenty of statement attached. I'll catch everybody, by the way. I'm hitting a couple of random ones here and there. Morgan Holmes, thanks for the 5. The way Elaine brings up the Umbrella Guy, you would think you're going to be cast in the next James Bond. Bond coming to theater soon. That's what's going to happen. I mean, it's strange. It's surreal to hear the channel brought up the way that they keep. I mean, it's, somebody said somebody said something funny on the law channels. They said, this is our century's OJ Simpson trial, and and according to Elaine, Mr. Umbrella Guy, you are the glove. I was like, yes, so crazy. I never knew that the glove was. I never knew the glove had that same pattern as I do. But hey, interesting. I just think that's crazy. I mean, she is obsessed, though. Sneasel, I can't, if I roll back, I can't roll back and catch. I'll see if you're right on the top of the super chats. If not, like I can't find just one. They don't have a search function on super chats. So if it's not right there where I can see it, it makes it really hard to roll back and catch. I will catch them all, like I said. It's just like catching one right out of the gate. If it's not one of those, like right there you are. Okay. Check my DMs for I can't my Twitter DMs like they are a madhouse. Like finding something, I can't go through my Twitter DMs right now. I don't have time. Well, I don't mean that rudely, but I just mean it this way. Like since I closed when I pulled up that one picture, I had hit my Twitter DMs to pull one of those pictures out of it. I took a screenshot of it and I closed it. Well, since I closed that, I have had 16 other accounts that I don't follow message me. So, and there's no complaint in that, but I can't find anything, when all of this is going on, I can't find anything. But this is it's crazy. It's crazy stuff. Like, all they do is keep growing my social media, though. I mean, I appreciate them doing that, but it's funny. Like, they keep bringing up all of these strange accusations. Some of these accusations are just nutty, too. They are absolutely nutty, too. Like I said, have you ever thought that knocking over clothes was domestic abuse? Have you ever thought knocking over a clothes rack was domestic abuse? People out there that you were domestically abused, did you consider somebody like knocking over some clothes? Would you consider that domestic abuse? Somebody messaged me and was like, hey, congrats for that. A lot of people were like, are you that umbrella guy? I was like, no, it's not me. People can find my identity is not very well hidden anymore. I mean, I've been doxxed. So if people are curious, the pictures out there, some of them are not me though. These days I have like facial hair and long hair, so it's not me. But hey, that's how it goes. But okay, the claims of the baby in the microwave thing too, that is not a. So this somebody sent me the other day, and I thought it was interesting because this comes from 2020. This is right around the UK trial. I wonder if that was claimed then too. But Rebecca Vardy claimed trolls. So it's the same kind of. It's the same kind of related noise. Saying, again, it's trolls out there. That's what she's saying. Again, I'm not saying anything about her claim. I don't know anything about this claim whatsoever, so I can't say if it's real, false. I'm not making any statement about it whatsoever except saying they would have put her microwave in her baby after the Colin Rooney row. Again, I don't know anything about that, but I did find it fascinating that she brings up claims because she's brought up how many claims now that belong to someone else. How many times have we heard someone else's claims coming out of her mouth? Deborah Forbes, thanks for 10. Table scale is impossible. Too perfect. Yep. IG foodie pick. Yep. Keep going. Exactly. Like I said, I planned on. I get why like LawTubers, they watch trials, and when they're over, right? But for me, like I said, I wanted to catalog. The reason they're obsessed with this channel is because I didn't just catalog a trial and then stop. I cataloged evidence. I cataloged how the media went. I cataloged the lies, and I debunked a lot of them, because that, and again, I'm not saying I did that on my own or anything. I'd find information people put out. Oh, Lord. People are, apparently there's some more drama going on. I'm going to say this very quickly because I'm not going to respond to any of these things. So I'm just going to say this fast. Well, I'm going to just say this one other time. There's apparently some drama, LawTube drama, aiming around. I don't want to get involved in anybody's drama. I want to be friends with everybody. I want to love everybody, and it distracts. I don't care about your drama. If it's bizarre that people, everybody will try to pull you into their drama. I don't go on other people's channels much, except like Ricada, Legal Mindset. I mean, there's a few, again, if I don't go on a channel, I have nothing against people. I like them. Even if I don't like them, I like them. You understand? Like it has nothing to do, it has nothing to do with this case, is what I mean. My pettiness or anything else should never be on display to you. If I don't like somebody for a reason, that's my business. That's not your business. I will never ask you to get involved in that. But there's apparently some drama going on, and people are mailing me about it. It has nothing to do with the Johnny Depp stuff. It has nothing to do with exposing a domestic abuser. People can sort that stuff out on their own. And yeah, I mean, again, I don't want anything to do with it. I hope people understand that. A lot of times people forget, like, I'm not a star. Some people think they are. I'm not a star. I'm not bigger than you folks. I just picked up a microphone. I'm lucky that a lot of people showed up. I'm fortunate. I host this. You show up. So I'm very fortunate in what I do. And I never want to ask, if you ask people to choose between you and someone else, it's lose-lose. I want you to like everybody, and I want you to come here if you enjoy stuff, I don't ever want to ask you to choose between something. I never want to, again, distract you with stupidness like that. So I've had like 30, when I say some people, I've had like 30 messages over some drama going on, and I just don't want to be involved. So like I said, I'm just going to delete those outright. And if you've sent them, again, that's no dislike for you. Someone else pulled you into it. So, and if you find that interesting, that's your prerogative. Again, it just doesn't have anything to do with this case. All right. Anyway, Janice, thanks for the 10. The only chat I've seen about AH's baby is for concern for her welfare, of having Amber for her mother. I've seen people that make statements like that, and I'll be very clear on it. I do not like that kind of stuff. I can't tell you what to do. Okay, I'm not your mama. I'm not your boss. I don't employ you. In fact, you being here, you support the channel. That's the other way around. But I'm nobody's boss. I tell you for myself, though, when I talk about like the kid, I'll talk about stuff like the Jennifer Howe statements and stuff. But the kid has no bearing on. I think the timing was suspect about when, all of that came up. But as far as the kid is concerned, nothing but love for it. Little kid's out of this. They're innocent. They have nothing to do with it. And I mean, they're just, again, they're a kid. They don't have anything to do with it. And, there have been people saying, well, I worry about her safety. Look, will something happen with that? Well, that's not your affair. You don't have anything to do with that. So my advice is stay away from it. But again, I don't control people. I can't tell people what they do. So if somebody wrote a mean message to Amber Heard, I don't have any control over that. I'm sure that there are mean messages online. I get some whacked out emails sometimes. I get whacked out ones, and I'll post them. I'll post them and I laugh at them because nobody's going to come to my house and do anything to me, But I'm not worried about that. But it's just, it's strange. Again, it becomes about Johnny Depp. See, that's the difference there. Like, when I talk about certain people, Amber Heard follows them. Amber Heard backpats them. Eve Barlow is in rooms with them, and they say they're connected to Amber Heard's team. Those people are in direct association. Their own claims, they are. So when I talk about their actions, they're directly associated. Otherwise, I mean, you can't control people. You know, people react, and people react volatilely. But I'd like to see her post that's terrible message. I'll tell you what. I'll put this out there. Amber, if you'll produce that microwave and keep the address intact for me, please. Either keep the sender on Twitter intact, or keep the email intact. I will pay somebody to find who did it. How's that? But I have to say, if it links back to somebody like that's close to you, because I'd be very curious if it's real. I'd like to see it. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the 5. You liking channels you don't like. Rotten Board says it's abuse. Everything was abuse. You know why they said that, though? Because they have no proof of domestic abuse. Domestic abuse. Anybody that says that you writing a letter to your friends and venting, or you falling asleep in a chair is domestic abuse, has never been punched in the face by somebody. They've never actually been abused. You don't have to. People that have been domestically abused don't have to turn everything else in the world into domestic abuse. But then again, the one thing that I did notice with Mr. Rottenborn is the fact that he cried just as much as Amber Heard cried when bringing up those stories, which was a whole lot of nothing. They kept bringing up like her horrible moments and this and that. Well, Amber Heard, she just fed people a lie, and people believed it. So I'm going to ask people to do something while we're sitting here real fast, because I'm very annoyed by this happening. I pinned at the top of the chat, I pinned a YouTube channel. That is my wife's YouTube channel. Apparently, YouTube, I don't know if they're doing a cleaning, or I don't know what they're doing. I lost about 1,000 subscribers, which I'm still growing. Who cares? I'll keep growing. I don't care. You can't stop me from growing like that. But her channel, it had just gotten up to like 3,700 people, and it lost around 700. Now she's 70 below that, but she's only 300 subscribers from 4,000. So just as a I wonder if we could pump her channel up to 4,000. I mean, right now she's at 3,630. So she needs 370. Bam, 40 hit already. So if people would, again, if you haven't subscribed, just subscribe. It's free. It's absolutely free. She talked about the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard craziness yesterday. And she's been positioned to see she's never actually talked about it before. She's come in here and talked to me about it, but she's heard about it for a long time. Let's say, she's helped me find stuff too. I'm not the only person that's dug up information. She actually has helped me dig up information and everything else. Like if I need to check out documentation, sometimes I can't pull up documentation. I want to pull up documentation from 4 different places, and I can't do that on my own. So she's had a lot of experience with that. Wow, we're 160 short now, 4,000. So if you haven't subscribed, like I said, subscribing's free. There's a link in the description. I want to pump that up. Like, it just made me mad when I saw like again for myself. I mean, they did take away. I was almost up to 390,000 subscribers, and they took away 1,000. But guess what? I'm only 176 short of that number again. So it doesn't hurt me. I'm good to go. But like I said, for when you're starting out, man, I mean, that sucks. All right, we're 70 short now. So it's already at 3,930. I mean, it's like I said, it's blowing up over there. So if you, like I said, if you want to just do a favor there, I appreciate that. Helping out small channels again. That's how they become big channels. Somebody had to help me out when I started out. You folks, of course, are the ones doing it. It just had to have somebody point my way. Andy Roberts, thanks for the 2. I seriously think Elaine secretly loves you. I told you, she likes mini umbrellas, Oh man, we're less than 10 subscribers away now. I love doing stuff like that. All right. Yeah, I'll leave it there. We'll keep people subscribing if they wanted to. But I saw it just cracked 4,000. That's so hilarious, though. I love it. So looking at claims, though, from Rottenborn, here's something else that I thought was fascinating. So when you look at her cheeks anyway, so she's claiming, abuse, abuse, abuse. If you look at her cheeks anyway, like, think about this. Depending on how she would shadow her cheek, a lot of her claims look just like that, don't they? On the other side, mind you. But a lot of her stuff looks just like that, only with a different shading. Like, don't you think that when you see it? Sub to wifey. Thank you all, too. I appreciate it. I think Lane will pluck little meats. Well, it's funny because, these folks, they're not claiming. I'm sure they will if they were off camera, but they don't claim. You notice in the courtroom, they've never claimed that I've harassed anybody. I don't make contact. I do not. Amber Heard has me blocked, and that's fine. I have her blocked. I didn't block her first. I just blocked people that block me. That way they'll just sit there and read through my stuff and flag it. But Amber Heard has me blocked, so I don't make contact with her. I've never made contact with any of their witnesses. I don't talk to them. Now if they made comments about me, like Eve Barlow, I'll comment about what they've said, but I don't make contact with these people. I never do. But then again, that doesn't matter in this new world they've created, because even talking about something, in a world where breathing is abuse, apparently it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter at all. You're blocked too? Yeah. They ran a block bot on a bunch of us. A block bot on YouTube is this. See, and I always find this, I particularly find this offensive from people working in industries, all right? If you don't like me, that's okay. That's your prerogative. You choose that. If you want to block people individually, that's okay. But what they'll do is they'll make a list of people. Like, say you follow me online, okay? So there's 100,000 plus people follow me online now. They'll take those names because you follow me. They'll put them on a list, and they'll use a program to block them all. That's what a block bot is. Blocking individually, one-on-one, is okay. Blocking indiscriminately, 100,000 people, that sends a message. See, for me, I do this now, since I guess you're internet villain because you talk about being decent to customers and on. I check, like comic books and stuff, for example. I check to see if I'm blocked by creators of stuff. Because if I am, they're telling me that. I remember a creator coming out one time and saying something. It was really profound. It stuck with me because it's so offensive. They said that it was a privilege to interact with them. It was not a God-given right. If you end up being blocked and you're just an overall decent person, that doesn't matter. Because, again, it was a privilege anyway. No, it's a privilege for them to interact with your wallet, with your money. And they seem to have forgotten that. So, Amber Heard's lawyer, though, she's just nuts. She's some of the clips. Like, there's that asthma. Look, check this out. I noticed when his clips come up. Like, look at her arm gestures and stuff. Like some of his stuff, I think it's funny, but look at her arm gestures.
He's screaming loudly 10 times, Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Loudly, loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in.
Amber, get the fuck up. Amber. Hey, if somebody would clip that ending, by the way, where they bring up yours truly too, if you would. Like, clip that, because I haven't had time yet, and it's hilarious. I just love the obsession, the absolute obsession. Amber Heard, man, going down that rabbit hole, it's been something else. I'm gonna see that. Let's see the Amber Elaine. I was looking for Elaine, and That umbrella guy. I mean, it's just so bizarre. I don't even know. I don't even know what to think about that. Like in closing arguments, it's weird to see that umbrella guy brought up in and closing arguments too. I mean, I'm all over the place now, I just looked up umbrella guy, and man, I don't know. It's just funny. So if anybody would clip that, I think that's funny. Like Rottenborn brought the channel up, but he wouldn't say it. He avoided saying the channel's name. No, she said, well, okay, she didn't. She made it sound like she wasn't saying that I was off Twitter. She was saying that Adam Waldman was kicked off Twitter for harassing her. But the way that she made it sounded like she was saying that I was kicked off Twitter, right? It was weird. Bearded Chef, thanks for the 2 there. I'll catch a few super chats while we're waiting on their lunch. Classic timing on the Amber Alert. Oh, the Amber Alert thing was hilarious in there, and well noted. Let's see if there's a clip of that up. So Amber, in the middle of the trial, you have an Amber Alert go off. Like I said, I thought that was pretty funny considering, because I kept thinking, what in the heck is that noise? I mean, you could actually hear it in the middle of it. I'm not going to pull that up. I'll wait. I don't want to pull that up for law and crime. They're notorious about striking channels. It's funny. It was funny the other day. Somebody sent me a clip where the channel here was mentioned. It was law and crime clip, and I was like, man, if I pull that up, I might get struck from my own channel getting mentioned. Wouldn't that be something? Law and crime strike me for talking about my own channel getting mentioned. Lauren Hill, thanks for the 5 there. JD is right-handed. If he hit AH, Bruce would be on is that her face? Well, that's the problem with her story, isn't it? There's so many issues there. Dude, thanks for the 5. Mine is a giant Twitch streamer. He's definitely not new. Just new to the trial. He speaks his mind, very similar to Doug. Yeah, I've seen him around there. He's not his clips there. He has a huge following. Yeah, he's new to the trial though. Like there are a lot of people that are new to this insanity. I'm glad people, like I said, I'm glad people to see this. I'm glad people talk about what's happening in that too. People with large audiences in that. Avon by Ashley, thanks for the 6. How will we know when a verdict is reached after this? Will it be live? Will we be alerted? I want to watch it live. I believe they'll go live. I think, because they have to go back in and do their thing. So we'll see. We'll sit here and we'll wait. We will stay here and we'll see. Who asked for this? Thanks for the 5. Elaine's always sounded like she's trying to return something without a receipt. She definitely is. I mean, they don't, as far as these claims go, they definitely don't have a receipt, do they? They have a lot of stuff, but they don't have receipts. See, I'm wondering, I figure that I wonder if they'll return a verdict within, if you figure, okay, they come back at, say, 1 to 1:30, right? They come back in that. When they come back, if they start talking about it just right, if they get to, they said 45 minutes and they should be, out there doing their thing. All right. Do you think they'll return the verdict in 6 hours? Within 6 hours? Because that's what we're talking about them doing. We're talking about them returning the verdict within 6 hours. What was funny too? When Elaine had the mic on, you notice the sound got horrible. When we were watching Johnny Depp's team, I had to have the sound it was actually at 250. Okay, I magnify the sound from 100%, that is all volume, to 600%. We normally watch the trial at 600%. When they did closing, it was just Johnny Depp's team with their own microphone. I did it at 250%, and really, I could have done it at 100%, to be honest. It wouldn't have been terrible. It would have actually been pretty good. But I wanted it magnified. When Rottenborn took over, I had to magnify it to about 350 to 400%. When Elaine took over, I had to kick it up to 600% because she couldn't even operate the microphone right. And I mean, I have no idea what her point was. Like, I figure, like, for me, if I can't follow along, and I know the narrative of this story, like, I know what happened here, how does the jury follow along? Like, I always wonder that. You know, if you're trying to convince a jury of something, and again, they don't know the players in this, they don't know all of these moving parts. How do they keep up when somebody like myself can't figure out what in God's name you're talking about? You know? Like, that's what I don't get. Because, I mean, that's happened a lot with Elaine, you know? I'm looking for another source that, I'm going to try a different source that maybe has closed captioning. I think maybe I found one. We'll see when it comes up. There was the source we had to use right off the beginning today. You know, there's different sources out of the live view. And we used one and it didn't have closed captioning. So I tried to get one with closed captioning, but it didn't have one early on. So that's what. You couldn't follow her? Could any of you, could you follow? I mean, seriously, could any of you, I mean, I'd catch pieces here and there and I'd be like, okay, well, I understand that. But could you follow along with whatever logic she was trying to throw in there? Because it was just a whole lot of rambling, nothing that I couldn't figure out. That's what I'm reading. Depp's team has 39 minutes closing, and Amber's team has 6 minutes because she ran it so long. That's why she was saying, like, did we get our time back for the, did you hear her? She was like, that's not for sidebar. Yeah, I mean, she rambled about a whole, like I said, it had no point. She just freeform rambled. Like, when I do a stream, here's the crazy thing, okay? When I sit down for a stream, I know, like, I have maybe 3 topics. And I freeform a stream. Like, I go shiny squirrel, I go this way and that way. I still feel like my streams have a lot more cohesiveness than whatever the hell she's doing out there. You know, at least, like I can't imagine hiring her to defend you. Like, at least Rottenborn, you know, Rottenborn may be nasty. He may play dirty tricks and stuff. But, you know, at least you could follow along with him. And he's doing his job. Like, for her, I'm like, how in the world? This isn't defense. I mean, this is almost, it's almost neglect. Because I look at her and I think, how in God's name would anyone find this to be useful or to helpful? I had to get a drink. One thing I think is really a really good point about today. Today is this you notice Amber Heard's team didn't bring this up, really. Today is the 6-year anniversary of the temporary restraining order. The temporary restraining order came up May 27th, 2016. Fascinating, right? I think that's amazing, like, when you think about it. Say hi to that umbrella girl. I will, for sure. She has 5 subjects. Well, okay. Yeah, in 2 minutes, she went, I'm sorry, in 30 seconds. All right. I was looking at, okay, for 30 seconds, she said, look, I wrote this down. Give me 1 second. I got to find it. She claimed something like, okay, 30 seconds. She went from Amber Heard deserved more money because when she divorced, it's a 50%. Okay, then she goes into charity and rambling about charity. Then she goes over to Elon Musk, and then she starts talking about Warner Brothers. And that was within 30 seconds. Like, all of that came up within 30, and I kept thinking, how does the jury follow this? I'm hoping that she confuses the jury so much that they think, there's no way. There's no way. Which lawyers made it into the court today? I know that Runkle make it in today? I'm wondering how the See, I'm wondering. The one thing, here's the thing. Maybe you can. I hope we get a breakdown of everything that's very clear and concise, because there's certain items that Depp could lose on and still win. Again, winning in the courtroom, he needs to win on the essay allegations. If he wins on that, that's all that matters. UI gave his wristband to someone else. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I know there was some drama off and on. I was like, well, I don't know. I don't know what the people. Again, I don't put a lot of. I try not to put faith in people that watch the jury anyway, because you don't know. Like with Rottenborn, I thought Rottenborn, because then his argument was concise. I thought he did well with his argument itself. I'm wondering, I think it all comes down to likability still. I think that's what a lot of this stuff comes down to, likability. Who's more likable? I think what a lot of this comes down to. DUI guy paid $4,000 for the spot. Then a deputy booted him. I heard about that there. How many people waited in line and got wristbands and turned around and sold them for $10,000? I think, to media, I'm sure a lot of people have sold their place in line. You'll be heartbroken if JD. Here's the thing, like, just straight up. It doesn't matter. Okay, let me say it different. It does matter if he wins in court to a degree. I'd like to see a win, but he got his story out there to the world. He managed to get around the extreme gatekeeping that we've seen in the media. The world heard it. The world got to decide whether or not this was true or not. Did she abuse him? Is he an abuser? The world decided. And that, I see some holdouts on Twitter. I see a few thousand likes on posts from like media people. I don't think that's indicative of the world. I think that overwhelmingly you've seen support for JD. He can appeal. Yeah, I mean, he can appeal. You never know with if something happens. But he has did Elaine abuse Tug? Yeah, she did. I feel abused. But we don't know. I mean, again, I watched here's the reason I say stuff like that, is because I watched the UK trial. I watched it play out. I didn't get to see it play out, but I watched what happened. Now, it's a different thing, but yeah. I saw people attach themselves to it thinking this has to happen this way or it has to happen that way, and he didn't win, I can't believe she rambled her way down to 6 minutes. Elaine rambled, I'm going to put that up. Elaine rambled her way to burning. I wonder if Amber Heard's flipping out about that, to burning all but 6 minutes of Amber Heard's team's time. Depp's team has almost 40 minutes. I think that gives them the ability to make a concise argument, I mean, again, I wonder what sticks in people's mind. Does Rottenborn's statement stick in their mind? Does Elaine's? Because Elaine was the last person to speak for their team. And again, God, okay, we're back. I just don't understand what she said that whole time. I'm bringing it back up. God, that's loud. Give me 1 second here. See which one I like better. Locked on. Is this one got CCs? No. I don't like that one. Let me try the other one. I'm trying to find one with. Give me 1 second. Trying to see which one has. I see this one. Let me see if this one has closed captions. I'm trying not having closed captions. I'm gonna have to adjust the sound real quick.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, rebuttal arguments.
So this is rebuttal. I'll turn up the volume as it goes. Our microphone isn't on yet. There we go. Volume is going on. There we go. All right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Sines and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying. She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight, to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss, with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused, and she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's a difference. Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our US Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court, where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base the claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake, though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made-up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth, and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here, supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world. Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK. Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former police officer. Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England. David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper. Ms. Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse. Officer Sines, an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts. Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight. Beverly Leonard. Morgan Tremaine. And Kate Moss. And all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there is clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that, she diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard. 2 years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and curiously, shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally, nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There is evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does deals in Hollywood, and Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel, and she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements, buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false. Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the title. She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan-out company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs, that's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016, and you have all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it, or you believe none of it. Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth. And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter. Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is. And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Hitting your husband is evidence of abuse. Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication, that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp. And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was timed to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights. That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way. That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister. Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her. Mr. Rottenborn tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory, that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keenan Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan Tremaine isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight, None of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that? What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety, nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the ground? What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him. And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her. He had been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him? Mr. Rottenborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard herself, Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse, and Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. Rebuttal closing?
How about that?
Yes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who are on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes, not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was, and their witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decide to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise, to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise. He decided to throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions. Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak about your life that the First Amendment protects. Give Amber Heard her voice back. Give Amber Heard her life back. Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn. Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just 2 files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have 2 sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately. Okay, so when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay? Now, if you decide yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is for damages. So, for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5, okay? So that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that, okay? All right, now for the tough part. You may remember at the beginning of this case, I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates, okay? We still have 2 alternates left, and the numbers were placed in an envelope from the very beginning of the case. So let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you, and I have taken, and you've taken away from your life for weeks on end here. And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time, and you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service, and you will join the deliberations and they'll start again and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred, and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14, all right? At this time, those jurors are excused, and also the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations, okay? So thank you all, okay? All right, it is out of my hands. I have a few notes first, okay? Please make sure Jamie knows where you want to be contacted for any jury questions we have or when there's a verdict. When there is a verdict, I'll give you at least an hour lead time. So it'll always be at the top of the hour. So for example, if I get the verdict at 10:20 in the morning, it wouldn't be read until noon. So it's always going to be at the top of the hour, at least 60 minutes later, if that makes sense. That gives you time. I would ask that at least one attorney is close enough within a 10-minute range for any questions. I'd appreciate that. Okay. And I know some of the attorneys are going to be leaving, so I just wanted to thank all of you for your professionalism and your hard work during this case. It's much easier being a judge when you have excellent trial attorneys in front of you. It does make it easier. And I also want to thank the attorneys and litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me, okay? And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star, okay? So, yes, thank you. Well, that's a first, okay. All right.
That is one thing on which, Ms. Prederhoft, we respectfully agree. Completely agree. Completely agree.
Well, good. I'm glad on the last day we finally have an agreement.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're very grateful. Thank you.
You want to approach? Sure. All right. If we hear anything, we'll let you know, okay? All right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
All right, there we go. I had a problem with my microphone. I actually knocked the cord out, and I was looking for the stupid cord. I was like, where's my freaking cord at? I couldn't find it for a minute there. It went under the table. So here we go. All right, I want to look over the closing arguments for this. We'll look at Camille's closing arguments because I thought they were fascinating to listen to there. Man, I boomered that part up, that transition. I was like, slick move. Did you see that? Yeah. Gotta boomer that stuff up. Gotta boomer. Let me turn my mic up more too. Oh, no, it's all the way up. That's good. All right, so as I was saying, I thought Camille's argument toward the end, I thought her argument was actually pretty good. Let me turn the volume of them down. We don't need it as loud right now. So I actually wanted to go through and listen to closing arguments. I thought she did a very good job with the close, you know? It's a smart selection to bring her up too. And one of the things that they had going for themselves was that they had so Elaine, when she took the mound, when she started going after it, she screwed up their team big time because she burned out all their time. So when she rambled and rambled and rambled, now again, one of your big problems is what is domestic violence? My wife messaged me and she was like, "Why are you quiet? You're muted." I was like, "No, I knocked my freaking sound cord out when I was turning the thing around, and it fell over beside the table. I couldn't find it." But anyway, so Camille, I thought, did a good job.
She
had some really good statements in that. So I wanted to hear a few of those. I want to go through it. Like, I don't talk when they're live, but I want to talk while they're not live because I thought we could go through that.
Hello?
It's funny, like she was the only person that could, their team was the only one that could operate a
Good
microphone.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
You know?
Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Symes and Haddon.
That's
who
true.
Explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage.
That right there, very true. What they've been trying to do from the beginning, what they tried to do was they tried to take the testimony of the two police officers and they've tried to make them say something different. Amber Heard on the stand tried to make them say something different. She tried to say that they were saying that they didn't think what they saw were injuries, and that's not what they said. They said that they saw no injuries. They saw no property damage. So that is 100% correct. They were playing games, playing word games.
They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp.
Walter Hamada made that very clear, too. They've been playing that game of Johnny Depp wanted to destroy her career. Now, she was pretty effective in destroying everything herself. You know, she's been very effective in it, too. Her whole argument today is, I'm not a saint. I'm not a saint. Okay, well, she's admitted to physical violence. She's admitted to every way. If mean words are domestic violence, then holy crap. Holy crap. Again, I want her held to their own standards. So if she wants, the way they're trying to defeat this case is they're trying to say mean words, falling asleep, any of this stuff, drug use, chemical dependency, that's all abuse. All right, well, fine. As a person that sucks down wine bottles and everything else, all right, let's hold her to that task.
And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell.
Yep.
You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know
Yep.
the record.
Yep.
Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying.
Yep.
She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time.
Yep.
She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I keep getting people messaging me about the charitable donation thing too, asking me why exactly is that important. Oh my God. Let me say something real fast. I see a statement. This is not getting involved in drama. I just want to say this, okay? Apparently there's two people having an argument, and one of the people in there is the real Laura B. The person responding, again, I'm not trying to get involved, just want to clarify something here, okay? Some people are saying that the real Laura B had tried to cancel me because she felt that I threatened her hold on the Depp community, and that's not true. That's not true at all. The reality is, and again, I say this with love for every party out there. I love all of you. Again, I just want to be very clear on this because I see some drama and I want to head it off, and I don't want my name used to hurt people. Laura B was very kind to me. I had some medical issues. We'll just go with that, and life went on, and Laura B was a good person in that. She was somebody I told about that stuff. She helped me. I needed help finding documents and other things, and I couldn't do a lot of that on my own at the time. I had problems, and since then we've had good news and everything. But just a note, like that's not true. I don't want my name used to do harm to anyone there, even if it were true, which it's not. But even if it were, I don't want to be part of anything like that. But since that's there. Laura B, like I said, has been a very good person as far as I'm concerned. Like I've never had anything negative. I've never had anything negative with her that I know at all. I can't think of anything. Like she's always helped out, and as so many people have. So I'm saying that. Like I said, I see a comment thrown in there. How much time do they have? What do you mean? Yeah, that's just not what my channel's about at all. But you know what? I don't want my channel used to harm people. Like I don't like you can do that if I don't set a record straight on that. And like I said, I love everybody for something. I'm not getting involved in anything. I just want to say that. Like Laura B, Brian, anybody, even if I'd never have talked to you. You know what? So many people have been supportive, pointed fingers my way and said, hey, follow this guy and do stuff. So just to be clear on that, Like I said, I love all of LawTube, all you folks, everybody, all of you here. Dramas lose, and I don't want to lose anybody. So anyway, I'm going to continue forward. But like I said, I wanted to say that, and this is not about me. Like this, I got involved in this trial because I wanted to see Johnny Depp get some justice in it. And I wanted to call out a domestic abuser. Well, first I wanted to understand what was going on with Johnny Depp. And then I wanted to call out a domestic abuser. Now that's about me. Like I host a show. You folks empower me to be a host of a show. And I appreciate you for it. It has been life-changing for me and my family. And I see that as an absolute positive. There is no negative here. Like I said, that umbrella guy loves you all. So anyway, enough of that. But I wanted to put that out there, like I said.
You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators.
They did that at the end of this trial, too. She put on the armor, Rottenborn, true to his name. He held up the armor of domestic abuse survivors. He put them full front right there to catch any slings and barbs. And she became the aggrieved. Johnny Depp became the aggressor. That's the narrative, right? That's the narrative. That's always the narrative. Are they waiting on the verdict? Yeah. Yeah. So they're waiting. they're deciding. They're not waiting on the verdict. They're deciding. Yeah, the trial. It's at the jury now, so we're gonna find out what's going on. You got your poster on. So, I mean, again, what time will we know? We have no idea. Like we don't know when they'll decide. Like they just went to the jury. Like they don't have they have until later tonight to decide. She said they could go on as long as they want to tonight within reason. She said she doesn't serve dinner though. So I don't know how much time she's going to give that. And if they don't come in, then if they doesn't come in today, then it'll come in Tuesday, So again, it just depends on like what everybody wants to go through. I don't know. Juries are juries. The one thing that I want, the one thing that I hope that they decide through all of that is I hope, Monday they're closed, because it's a holiday weekend, They provide. Somebody said they should give them dinner. Well, that's what she was saying. She's making a joke out of it, but they if they go too late, they need to. Actually, they just need to call it and come back Tuesday. See, I don't like that idea with a weekend. Well, if we just solve it now, bam, we're done, baby. We don't. You can't look at a fast decision or a slow decision and decide anything about it like that. Like I said, who knows? The one thing that they need to come back on, again, even if he loses, is that this is an abuse hoax. The rest of the trial is moot in a lot of ways. Yes, a win matters to a degree, but, we'll see. Smoochy Poop, thanks for the 50 there. Seriously, Tug, we are grateful for you keeping us all informed and educated on the facts of this case. Many of us have followed since Vic, and now you have more who will follow you for as long as you want to do. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to cover the Manson trial. I'm going to go and look at that. I've been talking to Yellow Flash about that. I don't enjoy. I enjoy covering certain things out of Hollywood and covering things with movies, but I don't enjoy talking about an industry that I don't believe in anymore. I feel like they've let us down as customers. So I'll talk about some of their products if I'm excited, but there are very few products that I care about anymore that come out of that. So will I talk about, them in an analytical way? Maybe, but I don't want to watch them and I don't want to review products. I think there's something else there. I think that there is a problem in our society, and it's a huge problem, and it is one of. It's not just a false accusation thing. There's two things there. Again, if we stumble across a case, like I'm curious about the Kevin Spacey case. Again, we've heard everything from the media. It doesn't look good for Kevin Spacey with what's out there. And again, he may well be a monster. I don't know, but I'd like to look at it and see what I can see about it. Because again, I have no idea. And again, every case is different. If I find that if I think they are an abuser, I'll look at the information out there, and that's what I'll talk about. Again, they all deserve due process, though. Here's the problem with this. Even if I talk about the case, you need to understand, if I look at somebody and I think they're an abuser, they are innocent until proven guilty. We have lost sight of that as a society. There are people like, what's his name? Bryan Singer, is that his freaking name? Let me see. Bryan Singer, is that the director? Let me check. Bryan Singer. I'm making sure I get his name right because I don't want to say this. Yeah, Bryan Singer. You know the guy who, who I'm talking about? Bryan Singer, the director. So Bryan Singer, I very much believe that Bryan Singer is an abuser. I very much, after spending a lot of time looking at him and his stuff, but again, he deserves due process. But I very much believe he is an abuser. I believe that he is the worst type of abuser. I believe he is a child. No, maybe a teen abuser. I don't want to say child, but I think he's a teen abuser. I think there is a stockpile of evidence in Hollywood. So when you look at these cases, I'm not saying that everyone's, when you look at these people, some of them aren't guilty. Some of them very much are. Hollywood is a terrible place, but looking at the Johnny Depp case, he is very much innocent. I very much believe that in my gut. Like I said, it is not a man versus woman thing in there. It's abuser and the abused, aggressor and the aggrieved, that we've been talking about. And as part of that, like I said, there are people out there in Hollywood that I absolutely know are guilty. Because I know, I have looked. See, Bryan Singer, just to talk about his stuff. Bryan Singer, I won't cover a lot of this. I just want to say this. Bryan Singer, from the end of the 1990s, he was involved in what was a pre-YouTube, basically. They wanted to do a kind of a pre-YouTube, make shows on that, and they got this huge backing for it, like just mega money. Well, they spent. Bryan Singer was part of a core group of people that put it together, and they had a flagship product. It was like a show. They were making the somebody called it the twink version of Silver Spoon. So that's what they actually called it on record. So I'm going to call it that. It would be like a homosexual version of Silver Spoons. The only problem, in Silver Spoons, if you don't know the show, you're talking about like a teenager in there, okay, that's dealing with stuff, and that's fine. The problem was the guys putting that on behind the scenes. There was a reason that they were putting that show together. They were throwing lavish parties. They were inviting underage boys. They were doing all kinds of insane stuff, and every single one of them went to prison, except for Bryan Singer somehow. And Bryan Singer was accused of the exact same things. The evidence was just damning against him, and still, for some reason, he was never, political ties or whatever. Now, what made me interested in the Kevin Spacey stuff was not all of the accusations against Kevin Spacey, but rather Kevin Spacey's ties to Bryan Singer. That's what got me interested in looking at the Kevin Spacey accusations. And I started down that rabbit hole at one time, but I can't focus on too many trials at a time. Like I said, I feel like I have some obsessive compulsive issues, with cataloging and going through things. But above that, I don't know. Maybe that's some high functioning other issues too. I'm not really sure, like I said. But like I said, I've been interested in that. So I'd like to look at those, but I'd also like to look at the Marilyn Manson case. So those are two. And if people are interested, I'll compile what I've looked at for Bryan Singer, and I'll present it, because there's a lot there. It would take me a hot minute to do that, but I think it's very good that people know about that. Verdict this evening, possibly. It's quite possible. A lot of people think it will come in. Kevin Spacey does have quite the history, but innocent until proven guilty. Yep. That's what I say, But anyway, let's go through this, The next case, Detective Doug. I think we'll be looking at Marilyn Manson, though. I think we'll look at Marilyn Manson's case. Because I think Marilyn Manson... Well, no, that was one case, okay? There was one case that was stopped. Like, there was one lawsuit. One of his accusers was trying to sue him, and it actually got shut down. But everything out there has not been shut down. So, like I said, we'll see. We'll see what happens with everything. But anyway, let's get back to this. That was a big distraction there.
She's come too far.
I won't forget Super Chats. We got a while today.
Down. She's lied too many times to too
Look
many
how
people.
she looks worn out.
So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight, to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia.
Yep.
And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior.
See, that should stick out. I would hope that like a statement like that would stick out. Again, new accusations. She just keeps going in and redefining everything she says. Hey, what's up, Rock and Ruin? All right. Hey, let's do a giveaway real quick. Let's do this real fast, okay? Let me I gotta do something real fast before we can do it, okay? I'm gonna turn off the chat limiter for just a minute. All right. And I'm gonna turn off subscriber mode is still there. All right, so you hear me right now. It's going to take me just a minute to turn it off. So if you want, subscribe right now because we're having a giveaway. So you better get in it before we have that. So what we're going to do is we're going to end up giving away a set of comic books. They were sponsored by Rock and Ruin. So I've just turned the chat limiter off. Okay. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to do a 5-second count. All you've got to do is type something. Type just A-E-I-O, it doesn't matter. Just hit one key and go fast, okay? And I'll do my count, and then I'll randomly pick somebody, okay? All right, so all of you just get that stuff rolling. Why the heck are you commenting Rock and Ruin? You crazy fool. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What a mess. And now, J and L. Actually, I hit you right when your super chat came through, so it landed right on you. I like that. That was funny. That was perfect timing. So J and L, if you would contact me at granularheaven@gmail.com. I'm going to put the limiter back on. J&L, though, you contact me, write me at granularheaven@gmail.com, granularheaven@gmail.com. And when our comic stuff comes out, I will mail you a set there, okay? Appreciate you. All right. I love doing that. It's fun. I love the chaos to the, like, it's kind of like rolling a roulette wheel, and I love the chaos. Anyway, let's continue. Thank you, Rock and Ruin, too. I don't know. I love doing that. The chaos, the sweet chaos. I'll get super chats, too. Like I said, I definitely will get all super chats. All right. Okay, here we go.
And never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss.
I mean, think about that. Okay, there's 2 brand new claims that come in. She's claimed. So, I mean, okay, you've got to, I want you to think about this like if you're writing down claim. I'm gonna put this on a timeline. So first, in 2016, she claimed that was the end of the relationship. She claimed that there were 3 incidents within 2016. That were their only claims. Now, as the years go on, she widens it all the way out to 2013. Okay? So she has 2013 through. And within that, there would be 14 incidents. In this trial, she widens it again. She opens it up. She widens it out to 2012. So it starts in 2012, despite it being magical time. And she says there are uncountable number of them. So we have an indeterminable amount, of incidents that have come up. So we've widened it out to that. And on top of that, she has added in 3 counts of sexual assault over the last few years. So she's added 3 counts of sexual assault. That will include, now I'm sorry, 4 counts, right? It's 4 counts of sexual assault. Because she says Hicksville is sexual assault. She said that she was cavity searched in Hicksville. She said on her birthday, she was sexually assaulted. She said in the Bahamas, she was sexually assaulted. And she said in Aussie, she was sexually assaulted. So she actually she had widened that to 4 counts of sexual assault. That's correct, right? There weren't any more that I'm missing, right? You can't hear me? I could turn up my volume if you can't hear me. Give me a second. I will turn up my volume, kids. Give me 1 minute. Just give me a second. Okay? I got more volume. You're good. How's that? You better now? Can you hear me better? Some people were saying that they were having some trouble hearing me a little bit. How am I now? Sound better to you? I just kicked my sound up. I kicked it up even more, though. Just a little bit. Should come through really good there. All right. So, four assaults. Okay. I'm like I said, I'm making like a rudimentary graph so I can make sure I can keep up with all this because it's so crazy. There's been so much in this case. That's what I mean. Even in the aftermath, people need to understand what happened here. Win, lose, or draw, like I said, there's about a month of stuff that needs to be, of quote-unquote housekeeping that's involved in this stuff, in my opinion.
With absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same.
It's true.
Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused. And she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done.
She can't have responsibility.
And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment.
Yeah, they keep bringing up the First Amendment. All right, the First Amendment has been a huge talking point that they've discussed over and over again. That is one of their go-tos. First Amendment, right? Yep. They bring it up. First Amendment. That is their protection. First Amendment. First Amendment. They clothe themselves in it. You know. They clothe themselves in it. You know. Is my ex still harassing me? I don't. Me? Are you talking to me? But yeah, the claims, like I said, the claims are just loony bins. They're out there, but she cloaks herself, and she can say this again under the First Amendment. And what they're saying is she has the right to talk about this because she's an abused party. And if she was an abused party, that would actually be true. She would very much have the right to talk about that. The problem is she an abused party? You know, and this case, here's another thing that this case is, I think we have, maybe I'm just crazy, but I don't see if my wife and I had a disagreement and my wife were to get mad and raise her voice to me, right? I don't believe that would be domestic abuse. Do you? Do you believe that's domestic abuse? I don't believe that if somebody gets mad and they kick a cabinet, I don't believe that's a domestic abuse. Do you believe that's domestic abuse? Because I certainly don't. If somebody vents to their friends and they tell me, and they say, you know, oh, that umbrella guy's a piece of shit, and, you know, I hope he dies in a Honda Civic, I hope he dies in a trash fire, whatever. That's not domestic abuse. If they write that to me, that's not domestic abuse. I think you need to be very concise on what abuse is, because, you know, our society is getting to the point where what we do is we make people afraid to communicate and to have relationships with other people. Because I remember when, again, with Vic Mignogna, when we were covering that, uh, Vic Mignogna was being called an abuser because he hugged people at conventions. They would come up to him after paying for autographs and stuff. They would pour out their live stories. I watched a million people do this stuff. It felt like I watched 4 days of that. It was insane. And he would hug people. They like I said, they'd tell him their live stories and how he made an impact, and they'd cry, and it would move him. He'd give him a hug, and he might give him a kiss on the cheek or something. I always thought he was gay, personally, because of he has that theater, that it's fabulous, and you have this this stereotype that came with that, and I guess it's wrong of me to stereotype because it was totally wrong, But he had that he had a lot of theater mannerisms, including like kissing people on the cheek, hugging people, and being like, "Oh, girl, I'm so sorry," And he said he picked that up. Well, I call them theater mannerisms, is because that's where he picked it up. He said he picked them out of out of theater, and he just had it grow with him all of his life, and it's bizarre. But they turned hugging people into sexual assault. They turned hugging people into being attracted to underage people. I mean, again, and it makes people afraid to ever have any kind of relationships with one another because, my God, or to emote. Because if you emote, you might have your life destroyed.
They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's a difference. Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until...
Law and Crime says the verdict's coming in later today. Well, they don't know that for sure. I mean, they just went to verdict. So unless they walk back outside, unless they literally walked into the back without even picking up a jury foreman, and they were like, "We already decided, all of us agree," and they were like, "Okay, we're good to go." They don't know. They have no idea. Now, most people think we'll have a decision today because, again, it's a holiday weekend and nobody wants to come back on Tuesday. If they get it done, they get it out of the way today, they'll be good to go. But nobody knows. So if Law and Crime is saying that, unless there's been a decision that's just popped off right now, we don't know. What did you miss? Well, you missed the entire closing of the trial. Cops are running into court? What? What does that mean?
Proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge.
I'll check the court
and
feed.
No opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all.
There's no
Ms. Heard's lies could be
live feed on
exposed
right now.
in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements
I'm trying to see if there's any feeds outside that are
going, on which she could base the claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations
I doubt the cops would be related to the case.
Make no mistake, though, they are a hoax.
So she called that out as a hoax, straight up. She also, in this clothing, she said something very profound. She said, this is so behind. It's over. It's over. If we're watching this, if you think this is live, you didn't watch the case. Oh, Lord. We're just reviewing some stuff. We're waiting around. Like, some people apparently didn't watch it. It's so behind. Yeah, it's because they're done. It's at the jury, Oh, man. Lord, Lord, Lord. It's so behind. Yeah, it's behind, all right, because it went to the jury, all right. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't even know what to think about that. I'm just, like I said, I'm looking around. Let's see. I was trying to find out what was happening, like if there actually was any word on cops going in or anything like that. Let's continue.
Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made-up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who is really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops.
Yeah, you have to believe that everybody that testified on the behalf of Johnny Depp is a liar. And they said that. You have to believe that everybody has a want to be involved in the case. It's weird. Like they would say that about like people like myself that cover it too. They want to be part of the case. I don't want to be part of the case. I mean, it was funny. It was interesting, but it's surreal. Like I like my channel growing because of it, but I've covered this before we knew we would have inside of the court case access. You know what I mean? I mean, we didn't know we would have anything like that. We had no idea. God, I wonder if like Incredibly Average or anybody like came up behind the scenes or, you know, a little bit more like we had the transcripts of UK 2020, but my God, maybe there was something in there I needed to dig for, like Incredibly Average or somebody.
Medical professionals and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp.
Thank you, Ramon.
She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp
it's
or you
over.
believe Ms. Heard.
It happened.
This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here, supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world.
Do people not understand how a verdict is reached? Like, it ended, it goes to the jury. It just went to the jury, and there is no verdict yet. We don't know. Even if they decided when they went back, we wouldn't have a jury. I mean, we wouldn't have a verdict for an hour. Okay, that's the way that verdicts are rendered. They won't give it to us for another hour. So, you know, we shouldn't have a. Well, you know, I'm just looking at the close here. Like, there's people that seem to be very confused on how that would work.
Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department.
Watch.
Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK. Starling Jenkins, a former U.S. Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former police officer. Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England.
Mm-hmm.
David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper. Miss Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Miss Heard's personal nurse. Officer
all the
Sines,
people that...
an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building, Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Tara Roberts, Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight.
Like, listen to that. Listen to the litany of people that backed up Johnny Depp, though. Listen to that litany of people. You know?
Beverly Leonard, Morgan Tremaine, and Kate Moss.
It's
And
3:42
all the other witnesses whose stories support
in
Mr.
Virginia
Depp's
right now.
description
Somebody was asking
of
time.
what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth.
Yep, that's a big part of it. Did he go out intentionally wanting to destroy somebody, knowing that statements were false, or not caring if statements were false?
But here, there is clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering.
Crap, man. Amber Heard's team must think that they are losing. They really must, because the stuff that some of these people are sharing, it's amazing. Like, for example, let me show this real fast. Okay, you know Dr. Proudman. You know I'm talking about the lady that like is front point taking up for Amber Heard all the time, along with Eve Barlow. Every woman that laughed at Amber Heard or shared a meme of her crying, just remember, you're complicit in re-abusing her over and over again. And what's more, most of you will be victims of rape or sexual abuse in your lifetime. How would you feel if people mocked you? They hate women. They hate women who refuse to wear a yoke. They thought that they could just because you're a female, they thought that you would wear the yoke. You know, that you would back that. Just it's astounding. Like I've seen some ridiculous ideas, concepts out there, but just like that, the idea that again, just because you're a female, like it's a bizarre world because you know what? Just because I'm a man, no people don't ask me to believe anything. But I see that pointed at females all the time. I see it pointed at female. I mean, all the time. You know, as a female, you must. As this, it's like I said, it's a bizarre world that these people they want to create. Because again, as a female, they really expect you to walk lockstep or else. That would piss me off, I think. I'm very much I don't listen to anyone who thinks they're going to tell me what to do. I'm very much anti-authority like that. And I imagine a lot of other people are too. But it just, like I said, it astounds me. I'm pulling up 2 other statements real quick. I had to snip them real fast. But they must not be feeling really good about what went on today. They also, again, win, lose, or draw, I think they're afraid that what I said happened, and so much as Amber Heard didn't win. She may win in a courtroom. She may beat back this claim, but she did not win. And I think that Heard is terrified that people are going to hold her accountable, hold her career accountable for this because, well, why wouldn't they? I mean, they heard her. People listen to her talk about abusing Johnny Depp. We heard it. Like it's astounding. What's astounding is she can't be held liable for that. Like she's not, the police aren't going to get involved and say, well, something's got to give with her. But we heard it ourselves. So you got one of the here. It's just blurry, but I had to snip it from a source. So look at this. I'm curious about this statement. Even Court TV mentioned Depp threatening Elaine. What? What? There's simply no excuse for his behavior. This man knows he's going to get away with his aggression. That's why he feels comfortable to threaten right in front of the judge. Wait, what? How did he supposedly threaten Elaine? Did I miss something? Was I watching something else? Was I watching the trial too closely and missed? Like when did he supposedly threaten Elaine? Like I missed that part. You know, I missed that part. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Like the judge would just let him like go around threatening everybody. And here, you know, here's another one. The jury in the Depp trial will be issuing a verdict under duress. You know what? If the jury wants to know how the world thinks, Amber Heard admitted it on the stand. What's more is all they need to do is walk into the courtroom. They can see. They can see what's going on. They can see it. They know. There is no way in the world that you can tell me that those jury members don't know what's happening there. Court TV, what? Like I said, it's nuts. I don't even know what to think about that stuff. I'm curious what's supposed to be going on, though, in the courtroom, you know? You know, a lot of people have been, they were talking about how the the Depp stuff is, I mean, the Depp. Like I said, it's been amazing to watch. Give me a second here. I've got like, there's a Fox feed up, that's just blank too, staring at the wall. So I'm curious, if there's anything going on. Like I've got this stuff pulled up just to see if something happens, It's interesting though, like a lot of people seem convinced that I guess it's an indictment of the judicial, or people's understanding of the judicial system now, because right when the trial was over, people expected a verdict, and then boom, move on to the next thing, and it just doesn't work that way, and I know if it works that way. Here, I'm gonna pull up the super chats. We're gonna go over some, and like I said, we'll chill for a while, see if any verdict comes in. Actually, if it does, we'll talk about it live. We'll see like I said, we'll see what happens. I personally, I can't believe it's 6 weeks of that. That's insane. I mean, it's just insane watching it all play out. Like I say. Hey, Zach Schaefer, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership. Welcome to Tugs. Appreciate you. Let's see. Wally, thanks for the 5. Sorry, Tug. When the verdict, I had to watch Kenobi first. When's the verdict? Oh, the verdict, and I'm playing catching up. No, you're good. The verdict, we don't know. I mean, it's to the jury, so we have no idea. We have no idea. And when I say that, like, I think it's an indictment of the judicial system, because a lot of people have no idea how the court systems work. A lot of people, they think that it just, bam, bam, and it's over. The UK actually took weeks, to come in, because it was one judge that decided, and they had to write up their decision on it. It comes in faster, like much faster. But still, even with that, Let me see. I'm catching my super chats up. I apologize. Give me a second. It's okay, Happy. Thanks for the 5 there. A lot of women are the worst to other women. That's very true. Well, women, you see that a lot. Like, the standards that men have different standards that with other men, and women, whew, man, is this the Umbrella Man channel? The Umbrella Man can. Hey, would somebody do me a favor? Would they go in and clip where Elaine was bringing up the channel yet again? I haven't had a chance to yet. I want to clip that out of the closing. I think that's funny. So I think that was a lot of fun. Like I said, just to listen to how nutty she is in there. Nix, thanks for the super chat. So how many people are coming out of the woodwork, but somehow none of them even have even a hatchet? That's true. You know what's weird? All these people are coming out of the woodwork. You would think somebody wanted to destroy Johnny Depp's life, right? If they, I mean, if you have this army, like she says, if somebody gets to, if there's somebody out there that had dirt on Johnny Depp being an abuser, you'd think they bring it forward, right? No. Sarvon, thanks for the 10 there. No one should feel sorry for someone this reckless and callous. She engaged in this to destroy JD with baseless accusations. She caught her blowback. Reap what you sow. Good luck with your infamy. Exactly. Yeah. Like I said, I'm keeping an eye out. There is one place that still has the feed up from the court, the thing. So I've got that pulled up behind the thing. But I think, again, if decisions are announced and somebody hears about it before I do, let me know too. Monica, thanks for the 5. What are the odds an Amber Alert would be broadcast during Amber Heard's closing arguments? That was really funny. If people missed that, I thought it was funny that an Amber Alert came in. So it was a tornado warning. Okay, well, the judge said it was an Amber Alert. I thought that was funny, though, because you got a supposed Amber Alert during Amber Heard closing. You hear it going off, and Rottenborn's like, yeah, what the heck? He didn't know how to handle it. He didn't know what to do with that. I thought that was funny, though, like I said. I see. Yvette, thanks for the 5. Noob, indeed, thank you. Average Joe, thanks for the 5. Watching the replay, thank you for not talking over the closing arguments like other channels. You the man, Tug, well done. I hate that. Like, it's one of the reasons I don't stream with other people. I just don't like that. I don't like people. I don't like people streaming on. I mean, I don't like people doing that at all. It's gross. It's irritating. It annoys me. So, 1 second here. I think that JD's team, though, I think they did good with their closing arguments. I think they did make a good point. I think they did a good job. No, I don't like to talk over coverage. I think it's irritating because you gotta look at it this way too. It's because people are covering things for different reasons. Like some people are covering closing arguments. See, closing arguments come in fast too. Like they're talking really fast, and you don't have like with a witness, you'll have gaps every now and then, and you speak. Closing arguments just keep going on unless somebody objects. So I pretty much just let it go forward. And, I watched this so I could watch it, though, Ryan, thanks for the 5. I told you yesterday, Tug. Shut up. I want to hear that that umbrella fella spaying facts, indeed. You know who? Thanks for the 2. Turtle Alert. Turtle Alert. J&L, thanks for the 5. It has happened. Part of the fam. Bam. Juju Curious, thanks for the 2. Tug, I tagged you on Twitter about the cops. Man. Well, let me see. I'm curious about what happened with the cops now. Oh my God. So now the the claim that these people are pushing about Elaine is that Johnny Depp is looking at Elaine while this is what they're saying. He's staring at her. So while he's staring that way, that's supposed to be him bullying. I mean, that's nuts, right? Oh my God, he's looking at Elaine as she's talking about him being an abuser. Well, that's abuse. It's like, what? Can the man not do anything without having someone call it abuse? I mean, can we? That would be nice, right? Like I said, we have no idea today how long the jury will go. Like, we don't know if they'll stop and just kick in or if they'll keep going. We have no idea today. So, Pokestorm with skin, thanks for the 5. The trial was brutal to watch. I think I've developed an ulcer. This wasn't just Johnny on trial. This was every victim and the falsely accused. I agree with that. Web Surfer Guy, thanks for the 10. Profanity in arguments does not equal abuse. I don't even like them saying, like, I disagree with them saying bad words. Like, Johnny Depp has to denounce his bad words. I don't agree with that. I use profanity. I like using profanity. It's my right. the same people who are telling me that they agree with free speech are telling me that I can't use profanity now. You know, I mean, that's just astounding. I believe in free speech, unless it's profane. It's like, what? What does that mean? I don't understand. I'm confused, you know? I'm confused there. Cautionary Cat, thanks for the 8. Why couldn't they bring in a photo of Io and Rocky mocking JD's injury? They would have to prove, like, intent with that, what was going on, and they just didn't, I guess, think it was important because they'd have to ask them what was going on, and you'd have to know their mindset. Natalie Morgan, thanks for the 5. She worked with JD, and he split with Vanessa. Worked with Tatum, divorce. Momoa, divorce. And nobody want to work with her? Indeed. She's like a force of divorced nature, right? You know who? Thanks for the 2. I don't know what to do with my life now that the trial's over. Like I said, there's more stuff on the other side of it. I mean, there'll be videos and stuff, but yeah, you can get to go back to your real life and, you know, every day it's not trial, you know, it's other stuff. It'll be interesting. Jazzy Ozzy, thanks for the 2. And the and the super sticker, thank you. Nelly, thanks for the 2. Did you get my super chat? R.E. Whitney. I'm working my way back. So I go forward with the new ones that are coming in, and then I start going back too. So I catch the new ones as they come in, plus the ones going back. It takes a minute, though. It takes a hot minute to do that. Zombie, thanks for the 5. Oh my God, Amber Turd's sister abused Cam yesterday. Did you see her stare? I know, poor Camille. Miss Ashcraft, thanks for the 10. Judge Penny said she'll give at least an hour notice before they read the decision. Yep. It'll be right at the top of the hour. So soonest, it's nearly 2 hours away. Yeah, what I'm saying is I don't know, on top of that, I don't know how long they'll go tonight, you know, because they're not going to cut off at the time like we were talking about before, you know. Marie Watson, thanks for the 2. The cops rushing in was not JD related, FYI. Okay, so it doesn't really matter then, you know. Christine W., thanks for the 10. On JD's rebuttal witnesses, I wish they brought up a makeup artist to discredit Melanie and AH with a largely male jury. I wonder if a jury could think it's possible to cover all bruising with makeup. Yeah, I mean, I do wonder they could have brought someone in to talk about that. Nardo, thanks for the 20. Hey, Tug, are you gonna release a DVD for full trial coverage? Yeah, indeed. That's what I plan on doing. I'm going to release an entire DVD. I'll be like, this one goes out to my peeps. Oh, Lord. It's been a heck of a trial. You know, there will be people that put together something. I would, you know what would be very interesting to do is I'd like to, somebody, I'm not telling me, you know, I'd like somebody to write a book on what happened, you know, like, and I know people will, but they're not gonna. I love all the clips people send me of like them watching when like Elaine brings up something, you know, like here, for example, here's Elaine bringing up the channel. Yet again. Here, check this out. So I can see what I'm doing. There we are. Thank you. I love it. It's like, they just keep bringing me up. It's bizarre. Like it is, you know, I laugh about it and stuff, but it's bizarre. And what they're really doing is they're signaling that it's okay to go after this guy right here. Like he's fair game. That umbrella guy's fair game. He's a bad guy here. Elaine loves me though. She loves me. Rottenborn, like I said, he was going to bring it up too. He mentioned the channel, but he didn't mention by name. I just thought that was funny, you know, like them bringing up the channel. You couldn't ask for that kind of publicity, I'm telling you. Like I need to hire Elaine for publicity, I suppose. You know, I should. I should pay her for PR. Bernard, thanks for the 20 there. When they run out of arguments, any twist is good enough. The characterization of the BJ mess was borderline embarrassing. Like the jurors wouldn't understand what the text was about. Thank you for all you do. Yeah, is there some juror out there that doesn't understand what an oral sex reference means? I mean, come on. Thanks for the super chat. Does the First Amendment defend profanity language? Indeed. Not according to Amber Heard. According to Amber Heard, the First Amendment defends everything except what she doesn't like is language. Delisandor, thanks for the 2. Can the jury award more than $50 million? I would. Yes, they may. Jen, thanks for the 10. Everyone should throw a Pirates of the Caribbean theme party once the verdict is in. I'll toast Johnny with a megabite. Indeed. Jazzy, thanks for the 2. Rihanna came too. Yep, she stole her story. That's true. That's true. She did. You know who? Thanks for the 5. Tug Life, Tug and Wife, matching grills with Paul Wall now. 3, 2, 1 or 2. 4-finger Tug Life rings now. Bling bling. I could see that. Yeah, I need one of those 4-finger rings. Be like bling in. Enrique, thanks for the 2. And the game over. Thank you. You know who? Thanks for the 5. Plot twist. Elaine is your cousin, and she will give you a shout out for the promotion. The glove. Oh no. No. Will the MMDO? Thanks for 2. Will the deliberation be broadcast? I thought they would be. I mean, they got the court feed. Like a couple of channels have the court feed still going. So I have the court feed still rolling, so I don't. We'll find out, I don't know, but I thought so. Nicole, thanks for 5. Even though we all knew OJ was guilty, same with Turd. If this comes back in her favor, trial of our generation. Thanks for everything, Umbrella God. It'll be strange. Kimberly Collins, thanks for the 10. You've been dubbed the Umbrella Guy, who is a Johnny Depp fan page. Exactly. Obviously don't know who you really are. Secondly, when Depp wins this case, I suppose Amber will have to set up a payment plan. She's going to have a problem. She's going to have a real problem. It's funny. I mean, a fan page, I've been called many things, but a fan page. Does that mean anything I covered I was a fan of? That's weird. Estrella, thanks for the 2. Now you're considered a celebrity guest, I suppose. Jessica Dwyer, thanks for the 5. I'd love for JD to do a special about this and how being a man talking about this went against what the public typically sees. And she said no one would believe it. That would be interesting. Daphne, thanks for the 5. A lady tried to cover a bruise using her makeup routine, and the bruise crept through it all. Well, her stuff is just Marie Watson, thanks for the 2. Super defamation. I'd have to prove damages. That'd be my problem. I'd be like, yeah, I don't think that her shouting me out has damaged me. Like she's done many things to the channel, but damage is not one of them. she's pushed it into the stratosphere. I wonder if JD will contact you. I don't know. I doubt it. I mean, honestly, like just to be honest with that, all joking aside and stuff, I don't really care to have contact unless he wanted to talk about something. Like if he wanted to do an interview or something, I'd give him a fair interview. I'd give him a very fair interview. I'd let him talk about what he wanted to talk about. I wouldn't treat him like the mainstream would. But, I mean, he just needs some time away from this probably. Tristan Lee, thanks for the 2. If you get to meet JD, remember your fans. Indeed. Coffee is for clothes. Thanks for the 10. Wow, you made a big part of the evidence. Amber should be tried for perjury after this manufacturing evidence. You can bet someone will make this into a movie, but they forgot always be closing. Yep, indeed. Sarah, thanks for the buck and the popcorn. Appreciate that. Coffee is for losers. Thank you. You sent that through Coffee for Losers. You sent it through twice. If you didn't mean to, then put a stop on one of those. Della, thanks for the 2. Oh my God, the Amber Alert during her closing. Somebody said that was a tornado warning, just to say, you know. We all need a break, especially JD. I think. Brookie Gun, thanks for the 2. There was no sound on the clip you played. You couldn't hear it there. That's fine, though. That'll be all right. Yeah, it was somebody just pulled it up and they were laughing, you know. So I'll probably put that into the. I'll probably put a clip of everything into my openings. Like I said, they're all good channel openings, you know. So from everything else, it'll be good to go. Oh, we got Tug in the documentary. Oh Lord. That'd be weird. Trump trial on Tuesday. Yeah, I stay away from the, like, if there will be anything that'll be public, I just stay away from public. Like, I don't want to cover a political trial. That's not something I'm interested in because it's so divisive. The one thing that divides us more than anything is politics, you know, and what sucks about that is we can agree on so many different things. It used to be religion and politics, and religion can divide sometimes, but a lot of people have become much more tolerant, I think, with religious differences, you know. But I don't think people have become tolerant at all with other stuff, you know. Would I use a mask like Daft Punk? Yes. I would use a mask like Daft Punk. No, I don't like political trials. I don't like politics, period. Like, I don't like it. Like, if I ever slip up, well, some people will say something about politics. Again, I think life's complicated. I come from mental health. I believe that all of you deserve, like, part of the pursuit of happiness is being able to be healthy. So I believe everyone should be able to get mental health. That would be great. I believe in free speech. You know, I mean, there's a lot. It's a complicated world, you know, and a political party never makes anything better. So I don't adhere to any of those principles. We are worldwide, too. Like the people out there. Let me just pick a place. Ireland, for example. Or yesterday, somebody was talking Saudi Arabia. Okay, like do these political discussions have anything to do with that? Hell no. So I just avoid it. Treat Secret, thanks for the 2. I just got my Mega Pint t-shirt. Thank you. I love it. I love that you got it too. Boom. Good time. Solid. I'm glad it came. You like it? Like it, Truth Seeker? Fiber Warriors, thanks for 2. Thanks, Tug and Chat, for the company. I'm very lonely. Hey, just hang out. Goof off. We'll have a good time, you know? That's one of the good things about stuff. Watch it from North Korea. Awesome. Awesome. If Amber Heard sues you, she'll make you a millionaire and 1 million subs. Yeah. They may. Like, I keep thinking, okay, so there's a weird thing going on, all right? And I do wonder if somebody's thinking about suing me because there's been somebody that has been searching for my address, but not, like again, my address is out there, but they were trying to make sure and verify it. And I have this from a very trustworthy source, like a very trustworthy source that talked about that stuff, you know? And they were saying that they were paying. They didn't say they were paying. They said they wanted to pay an egregious sum of money to guarantee an egregious sum. So that's crazy, right? Heisenberg Kittles, thanks for the 2. Nearly 300,000 subs. Thanks, Elaine. Exactly. I never thought. Actually, you know what's crazy? Have you looked at my Twitter account? Yeah, I've got a lot of witnesses to parade through there. Be careful. I mean, hey, what you doing?
Can I say hi?
Can you say hi? Yeah, well, who are you? Come here, tell me.
Look.
What's that stand for?
Roblox.
What's that stand for?
That's Littlest Umbrella Girl.
You're the Littlest Umbrella Girl. How old are you?
I'm 8.
You're 8.
I want to discuss the chat about something.
Oh, well, tell them about it for a minute. Come right over
Well,
here
do
then.
you know why we don't really use sponsors?
Why don't we use sponsors?
Because we think it's a waste of time.
Yeah, because we don't use their products, and if we don't, that would be lying, right? If we're like, you buy this, and we don't really use it, that's lying, right? That's not.
Yeah,
See?
Yeah, but
That was random. Why are you talking about sponsors?
well, anyways, I just don't because like half of the time, it's a game app that people are most sponsored by.
You're talking about Roblox and stuff. I got you. I see.
No, I'm talking. It has R, but it's not Roblox.
Oh, you're talking about Raid Shadow Legends.
Yeah, we.
I
don't use their product.
I got offered sponsorship by Raid Shadow Legends. Did you know that?
What?
Yeah. You know what a sponsorship is? You know what that means?
You sponsor them?
It means you do a commercial for them, and they pay you.
You should have said yes.
Now I should, since it's worth money.
Unless the pay is just $3, then don't.
No, they offered. I think they offer about $2,000.
We could pay off the house.
We can't pay off a house with $2,000. Emma, thank you. Welcome. Here, can you say this? Say thank you.
Thank you so much.
Say welcome.
Welcome.
Say thank you for the membership.
Thank you for the membership.
And welcome to Tug Stugs.
If you're new here.
Oh my God.
Also, if you're new here, subscribe. I hate to under pressure all the fans that are new. But it really helps out our channel.
Yeah, that's right. Give me 5. That was a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, but do you know why we don't force you guys or ask you guys in a forcive way?
Why is that?
Because I think it's darn rude.
It is darn rude. You know what we do for not sponsors, though? We have our comic book. Do you want to tell them about your part of the comic book real fast before you run off?
By the way.
Look, what is this?
That is me.
Yeah, that's our comic, right? What's it called?
By the way, I'm the sponsor.
You're the sponsor. Yeah, you're sponsoring it with. Oh, hey, can you tell me something first on the comic book? We have this part right here. What is this?
That's me.
And what's this part?
That's one chasing an evil cricket.
Oh, so
and a dragonfly is trying to help.
Oh, so it's a dragonfly and a spider chasing an evil cricket?
Uh-huh.
All right. And the spider went missing?
Spider went missing.
Oh, man. You got to dig them back up. Oh, we got some super chats. You want to help me go through them? Come here.
Okay.
Can you say thank you, Jackie?
Thank you, Jackie.
That's $25. Roblox for the littlest umbrella girl. She's adorable.
Robux?
Yeah, so there's Robux. That's 20.
Give me Robux.
That's $20. Let's see what's come in here. You
I
ready to
said
look at 'em?
Robux instead of Robux.
You're a nut.
But for real, I want Robux.
There's Miss Ashcraft. Can you say thank you?
Thank you so much.
She said,
I can buy all sorts of axolotl stuff.
It's true. She's an axolotl addict. It says, I'm a fan of Little Umbrella Girl. Hopefully she will sign my comic. Would you sign her comic?
Yes.
Yep, that's awesome. Here, can you say thank you to Kimberly?
Thank you, Kimberly.
She said, I'm the littlest Umbrella Girl's biggest fan.
Wait,
Whoa.
you still watch my content? Even after I stopped posting my content?
Daniel, thanks for the vibe. Shout out to Elaine. You found a new subscriber. Thanks to her. Thank you.
By the way, I'm the sponsor, so I'm a sponsor myself.
You sponsor yourself, man.
By the way, this video is sponsored by Lost Umbrella Girl.
All right, I'll say that. Oh, here's Invader Cool. Can you say thanks, Invader Cool?
Hey, thanks, Invader Cool, but I'm...
Said, always happy to hear from you, Little Umbrella Girl. Man, you made like $40 coming down here. I'm jealous.
Now give me Robux.
There's Robux. Well, go tell, are you wanting some Robux for real?
I want them.
Well, go tell Mom to, or do I have to add them? Wait, do I have to add them? Do I have to do it? Go ask Mom. If it's something she can't do, I'll do it later, okay? Give me 5, though. I don't remember if I have to do it. All right, go ask her.
$40 is able to buy, I don't know, a lot. Maybe more. I was just checking on you to make sure you're okay.
Oh, I appreciate it. She was just checking on me to make sure I was okay. You know,
Still breathing.
if I'm still breathing. Oh
What?
man. Oh hey, you got a hey. Here's Lena Johnson. She said, "You're amazing, hon. You can become a marketer like me someday. Sell it. So you sell, because you sell stuff really well. Boom.
I wish we could make our own video game.
Our own video game. Well, maybe one day you could find. Well, why don't you learn how to make video games, and then we'll make one.
I am too dumb for that.
I got you there, baby. You know, you're not too dumb for that. You just gotta learn it up. I don't.
I'm not a coder. I don't make video games.
Well, I'm not a coder. I'm not a coder. It's cool. Hey, somebody, Nick Shepard, thanks for the 2. Can someone? All right, baby. Hey, go upstairs and play. Okay. Love you, kiddo.
Yeah, you'll die without air, by the way.
I'll die without you. Yeah, I would.
I'll go play Razor Swapper and watch some Pop Cat.
Okay. You got fun, baby. that's my oldest daughter. We have 2. She has been around the internet stuff since we were. It's interesting to have your kids. They learn this, this new thing. Like, this entire. Here, if somebody was asking about the store, I'm gonna post it. You get you a mega pine on us. Yeah. But I'm gonna post that in the chat. So somebody was asking about it, and there's a lot. I've got the comic book too. It is pinned at the top of the description. For real, check that out. It is. Well, I love the comic book. I've always wanted to be able to create comic books since I was a kid, and growing a channel and having you folks around, you've let me be able to do that. So let me drop you a link in there. What's my prediction? Someone asked. I don't know. I don't like to predict the trial. There's the link there. I don't like to throw it out there because I was around through the other one, and it didn't. I didn't know what to do with that, I didn't. So, well, thanks for the 449. No statement, plenty of statement. Appreciate that. Doc House, you sound like an awesome dad. I try to be. I mean, the kids, they deserve all of this. Like I said, will there be a digital release? No, we don't do a digital release, and I'll tell you why. Like, the reason I don't do that is because one of the things that I like with physical comics is something that a digital comic loses. When I go back to my original comic books, I remember some of them, depending on what's going on with them, especially the ones like that were marketed well or, had whatever. I don't just remember the moment like I read it. I remember everything around that moment. Like I have comic books from when I was 3, and I can remember my grandparents who are now deceased, but I can remember them. And I mean, there's a snapshot of time there. And you know what's beautiful about those snapshots of times? Typically when you're picking up something like a comic book, it's pure escapism. So you're not going to have a negative attachment with it, That's why we usually don't do something like that, Jury's in deliberation, an hour and a half so far. Yeah, like I said, it's 4:30 there. And I wonder, when it gets to a certain point, I wonder how long they'll go with it. How many minutes are left of the verdict? Like, people keep asking that. It's not how the jury system works. We don't have any idea when the verdict will come in. We don't know if it'll come in today. Like, I can see a good case for it coming in today, but we don't. Doris Stanley, thanks for the 2. My son wants to be a Roblox friend with Little Umbrella Girl. Write me at granularheaven@gmail.com. I mean, she could play with like little kids and stuff like that. So that's all good. Thanks, Enix. Thanks for the super chat. Tug, I can help you make a video game for the luck. I mean, I'll code it. I love doing that. I'd love to have like a little, those side-scrolling fighting games. I think it'd be fun. Ryan, thanks for the 5. Tug exclusive. Little Umbrella Girl is VP of Johnny's the Twitters. Plug that, Elaine. I know, that'd be hilarious. You know who's the worst out there? Little Umbrella Girl. She'd be like, oh, what are you doing? It's so sad. I tell you, that little girl, like, she would break your heart doing that. Like, she's very good at that. She's very good at that. Thank you for answering. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I realize, like, all joking aside when I answer, too, if I'm joking around, goofing off, I'm like, I realize people are all over the world. So, it's not just the YouTube judicial system, You know who? Thanks for the 2. Mods. PayPal site constantly broken when clicked. It may be the way that if it's being pasted, make sure the entire link, like if you copy and paste it, make sure the entire link is there. If it's because if you paste it from the description, I think it cuts it off sometimes. So, and I appreciate people that are reposting that and stuff. I got written by somebody. They just wrote me and they were like, "Hey, that umbrella guy, you better put out some videos real quick before the trial's over." Like, where are you? The trial. First of all, there's more to talk about without it. There's so much more to talk about. But, just funny. Tabitha, thanks for 10. That umbrella guy, little umbrella girl, fighting against injustice. That'd be cool. I'd like it, like, you're rolling down the street and they're fighting like little floating mermaids. And so, whoosh, whoosh. You'd be like, oh no, there's a mega mermaid. Oh my God. And it's going with the monkey flinging poo action. Oh no. I'm going to put this out there again since Walter Hamada is definitely been in the conversation. I know I've said this before, but I'm just saying, again, if you need a mirror, I'm down with it, all right? If you need it. By the way, look at your email. I sent you baby formula pictures my sister needs. Okay, I'll check that out. I'll see if there's anything that's around here, too. I'll check. Kathy Bennett, thanks for the 20. I got I got an umbrella, smiley face, umbrella. Thank you for that. The Umbrella Man can. Thanks for the 449. What was Elaine doing in closing arguments? Trying to land a fighter on an aircraft carrier? If JD was looking over at Elaine, he's braver soul than I. Well, I want to know what the heck she was trying to say. It was just like, what in the world, Gabriel Jackie, thanks for the 2. Just sent you email Molly text realization. You mean like something new with that? Okay, I'll check it. You know who thinks so too? Pasting from chat here. I don't know. Yeah, it may be like what they're doing. That may be the way it works because click on the one that's in the. Let me see. The one just rolled through Salt Storm. Let me see if that one works for me. Yeah, the Salt Storm one you put in that works. So. Comics would make a cool retro side scroller. I think it would be fun. You're too late, someone said. Walter Hamada replaced Amber with a 2x4 and a wig. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, you know what? I mean, you wouldn't notice much, with a 2x4 and Amber Heard. Not only do they have the same acting quality, but they both get hammered a lot. Whoops. I mean, wait, what? Allegedly. Melanie Partridge, thanks for the 5. I emailed you regarding the arm bruise. It's from the ECB door to the pool. Huh. I'll have to look at that then. Alan Rook, thanks for the 5. Received my Tug shirt today. Fun times indeed. Thank you. The jury was unanimous walking into deliberations. Would a verdict even be possible today? Does the slowness imply mixed feelings? No, it just, okay, like, if they're unanimous, then bam, bam, right? But here's the issue. Like if they go back and somebody wants to look over evidence, Say a few people want to look at a few pieces of evidence. They also have jury instructions. Remember, it's not as simple as going in and saying, there's two claims here. There is a claim and a counterclaim. They have to go through all of the instructions. They have to make sure that they get that stuff right. And on top of that, they need to make sure. Give me one second. I'm going to get those jury instructions for you one more time. On top of the jury instructions, I think you have, what, 7 instructions on that one? I mean, it's a bunch of, you got to remember, it's like a bunch of stuff that they actually have to answer. It's not just, here it is. So it's not just one thing. You know, it's a bunch of questions to get to a specific answer. So when they're examining this, for example, you know, they've got to, like, here's what they've got to figure out with the main verdict. And that takes a minute. You know, it takes a hot minute. I'll leave that up on the screen so you can see that. Natalie, thanks for the 2. I got my therapist hooked on your channel. Props to your therapist then. Hey, I'm a therapist myself, so bam, you know. Francis O'Connor, thanks for the 20. Thank you from Ireland. Your work is amazing. Hey, thank you returned from this small town of Tennessee. Bruise on arm was reported by Andy. Have a woman who lived there. Oh, the pool thing. Yeah, I missed all that. Like, I haven't been able to keep up with all the people's, like, channels and stuff. It's been so crazy. You know who? Thanks for the 2. Ezra Miller and AH would make a nice couple. Oh, Lord. Give me 1 minute. All right. 6, thanks for the 10. Amber has been a saint and an American for 2 days now. To me, it was obvious that Amber's team and witnesses were disingenuous and very deceptive. I hope the jury recognizes that too. Yep. Silverdoe, thanks for the 5. I honestly think that this went so well for Johnny's team. Very optimistic. Keeping fingers crossed. Well done, Tug. Thank you. Yeah, I thought again, one of the things I thought they did fabulously, remember, they weren't talking to the court necessarily. Rottenberg brought this up many times. Yes, I'm just calling him Rottenberg. If it comes, I don't care. He brought this up many times. This is not just a trial in the courtroom. This is a court of public opinion trial. And in the court of public opinion, they know they are losing. They are desperate in that they know they're losing. So, you know, it's frightening for them. It's a frightening endeavor. It's a frightening endeavor. Let me see. Why are people saying the jury's back? There's no feed on it yet or anything. I haven't seen any court feeds pop over, you know. Like, people are going to be. I haven't seen the jury come in. Give me a minute. I know how. I mute when I switch over channels, you know. No, I mean, you have, like, even law and crime is outside, so no. I make sure, though. Now, they could troll them, that's fine. I will check. You know, it's all good. It's part of running a channel with stuff. Trolls are welcome too. They kick your numbers up and stuff. But I actually have I have a court. There's 1, 2, 3 channels that are rolling coverage on the sides, but I do check periodically just to see. Vincent, thanks for the 5. Do you think AH's team tried for a mistrial at all? Yes. You know, I think they do. I like listening to that. The chat's like, the jury's back, but they're not back. It's hilarious. Well, you got to remember, like I said, if a decision comes in, they've got to inform Johnny Depp's team, and it's going to take an hour for them to come back in. So even if they came back, you would probably hear that the decision will be rolling in, you know? So that's something, you know, the jury will be back Tuesday. Well, I mean, it's not going to end like when it normally does for the trial. The trial would have ended, like if it were the trial thing, it would end within 30 minutes to an hour. But they said they could go as long as they want tonight, you know? So we don't even know how late they will go tonight, you know? We don't even know how late they'll go tonight. There are so many people out there trying to tell you what the jury thinks and stuff too. Nobody knows. Like, nobody knows. You know, like people who watch them. I mean, no disrespect to anybody that's covering stuff like that, but just nobody actually knows. It's just everybody has their, you know, they have their niche on what they're covering. And they're like, yeah, this is what's happening. Well, nobody actually knows what the jury's thinking. If they did, this would be a very simple, very quick trial. You know, you wouldn't even have to worry about it. You could look at the jury when they were going in, and you'd be able to say, well, this is going to be, you know, this is going to come in a day or 10. Shascroft, thanks for the 5. If it came in right now, it would be read in an hour and 22 minutes. Yep. That's exactly right. So, yeah, if the jury decided right now, let's just say the jury did decide, and I'm making it very clear they haven't, but say it did come in right now, you would have it on the hour plus with an hour notice. So, yes, you wouldn't get your decision until an hour and 22 minutes later because she reads it at the top of the hour. So, like I was saying, I wonder how long the judge will be there, you know? I wonder how long the judge will be there, you know? Thanks for the super chat there. Hello from India. Hey, hello. Thank you. That's awesome. Like, I love that. Like, we've had so many. Like, today, we had Saudi Arabia, North Korea, India. I'm curious, like, I wonder where everyone is from, you know? By the way, love your commentary. Appreciate that, for real. That's awesome, though. I don't think I've ever had anyone from India that I remember, so appreciate that. I'd like to see if anyone waits in the courtroom to watch. I'm reading where everyone's from. Let's see. Yeah, there was a North Korean at Romania. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen John from Romania. Brazil, that's cool. Uruguay, that's awesome. Belgium, California, Sweden, Scotland, Germany, UK, Narnia. Narnia. Stupid. That's hilarious. That's so dumb. I love it. Narnia. Greece. Where's Indiana, Idaho, Portland, Hungary, Germany, India? It's 2 a.m. Huh? Wow. Sweden, well, like I said, we don't know if anything will come in. And even if it does, if we had a decision right now, you could take you a nap for an hour and then check back in, you know. That's the way it could go, so just to tell you. Wild Child, thanks for the 5. I cracked up when the court got an Amber Alert. Perfect timing. Yeah, I thought that was funny. Again, somebody was saying Malaysia. There's another. Netherlands. Barbados. That's cool. Wales. Finland. See, this is, okay, look, this is my point. Okay, when I talk about not wanting to, here, let me see. Okay, so when I talk about no politics, right? That's part of a rule here. Look at all the places I named. Like, do you think we would have, like, we don't even have a consensus on what that word really means because we don't have a worldwide system for that. So, you know, why would you do that? You know, that's why I avoid it. So, Kristen Grace, thanks for the 2. Elaine reminds me of a cat chasing a laser light. That's true. Charlie's London. What's up, Charlie's London? Appreciate you. Thanks for the 449 Tug. You have the same amount of people watching your stream as Sky News stream of the same feed. Well done, dude. You deserve success. Thank you. Stephanie, things to do. We thought Amber got a hold of you. Oh, when I went quiet. That's funny. Valid Rook, thanks for 5. So what did I miss? Work keeps getting in the way. Closings. I mean, that's what it was. Closing arguments, you know. You got closing arguments. Essex. I wonder, all you UK folks, what did you think about Kuwait? Wow, there's one in Tasmania too. Like I said, that's awesome. Props to all of you. Antarctica. That'd be funny. If somebody's really was you from some like Antarctic base or something, I would love, like, you could send me some pictures of that, because I would love that. It would remind me of the movie The Thing. That's one of my favorite movies ever. So, Victor Pulse, this is from back when. Thanks for the $5. And telling me that I might have been muted back then. Vincent Hodgson, same thing, $5. I wasn't muted though. Like I said, I knocked my whole mic out, so that was even worse. Carol, thanks for the 5. Wasn't 14 one of the ones she kept making eye contact with? I don't know. Like I said, Cosmic Crumb, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Barbara Celeste, thanks for the 2. No statement attached to that. Plenty of statement, thank you. Lone Star, thanks for the 20 and the super sticker. You rock, thank you. Kelly, thanks for the 10. Love you and your family, and thank you for all the information you have given, all the support you have shown all of us. Hey, thank you all for showing up. You make this thing work, so thank you. You know who? Thanks for the 2. From the same place as JD, Middle Earth. Indeed. Indeed. Natalie, thanks for the 2. Dallas, accent similar to yours, hashtag Southern. Yeah, we're Texan, I've noticed, like, Georgia, Texas, different, even, I don't really count. It's funny. Over here, like on this side, like Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, like, we don't actually consider like the Midwest, the South, but I think that a lot of people they have a lot of accent similarities there. It's funny. They argue about it. I love listening to people like from the Midwest and the South argue with each other about what's Southern. Lynn, thanks for the super chat. Man, I wish Johnny wins, because if he doesn't, she walks away with $100 million. She ain't even worth 1/10 of that. Now, if he wins, that doesn't mean she wins a counterclaim. They're two different things. So he could lose his claim, and still she could lose her counterclaim. So, Kimberly Collins, thanks for the 10. The photos she's been showing of DV are also indicative where one would bruise after having filler. Yes, that's true. Also, Botox literally deadening any or all facial expressions. Yeah, people have said, I wouldn't have never thought about that, because I don't have, I've never had any kind of works like that, so I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have known about it. I would never thought about it at all, I haven't thought about it at all. Can she be charged with perjury? Yes, she could be. She could indeed. She could be. Will she be charged with perjury? I don't think so. I wouldn't give that I wouldn't give that a lot of credibility. JL, thanks for the 5. There's 0% chance this is an ongoing conspiracy. Do we have odds on her getting dragged out of the court in cuffs after verdict? Yeah, there'll be 0% of that for sure, though. You know why? Because honestly, like I said, she has the kid. As a mother, she will be less likely to be jailed, right? Because you put that along with, there's certain factors. Let's start first. Let's go affluent. She's rich. She's got money, and she has huge financial backing. So we have rich, Hollywood. So we have the connection from Hollywood. We can even say that she has a lot of backing. She still has backing, which is amazing to me. But so she's rich, Hollywood, female. She could cry, do all that. White, again, that plays a big factor. Mom. All of those, you start factoring in and you think, will they really jail her? No. I can't see it. So she gets away with murder, you know? Valen Kennedy, thanks for the, thank you. Well, I'm sorry. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. She can't cry. Like, people are like, she can't cry. No, she couldn't. She couldn't manage a tear. She couldn't manage a tear through any of this stuff. Like, she couldn't manage a tear on Cross. Cross was, I couldn't believe they put her on the stand again, just to be honest. Like I said, that tells you that they were feeling really desperate. Like they hadn't made their claim. I just, here's, I'm gonna put up a poll because I'm curious about that. So, just if Amber Heard were to win in court, would you would that buy your silence on her claims of abuse, on her claims of abuse being false? I'm just gonna ask people, like, would you shut up about her claims being false if she were to win in court? I'm curious about that. Would people believe her? Because you know what? Here's part of the claim. Like, Corey Lewis, thanks for 10. Tug, if all it takes is a vengeful ex to allege all this garbage, I fear none of our sons or brothers will ever be safe from prosecution. It just takes one to ruin a life. Justice for Johnny. Indeed. Indeed. I don't think there's safety anymore. I don't think people are safe from it, just to be honest. We've seen way too much of that, you know? Magdalena, thank you for the super chat there. Hi from Poland. Welcome. Thank you. Johnny Team, that Umbrella Squad. Awesome. I'm glad to have you. That's cool. I worry about my daughters, too. You know why? Because I worry about my daughters getting in relationships because I don't know who my daughters will love. You know, I don't know what type of relationships they will have, you know? I mean, you know, if again, it could be any type of relationship. You know, you're talking about, like I said, I don't know what kind of, you know, maybe they love women. I don't know. You know, who knows how the future will go. And as people's lifestyles become more and more, I guess, accepted all over the board, you're going to see false accusations hit all kinds of people. And what does it take for I've had crazy exes before, crazy exes, you know? I don't even want to go. And you know what's interesting is the things that exes, like some of the crazy exes will do, as I've said many times, most men have crazy ex stories. And if I were to hold those stories up, and I were to compare them to what, like, an Amber Heard said is abuse, oh, geez, everything's abuse, you know? But, I mean, really, if I were to compare that, if I were to flip it over and to say, is this abuse? Well, it's kind of eye-opening, you know, what's there. You know, like have you ever been, you know, I'm talking about other relationships. My relationship now is very good, so I do not want to cast any aspersion on that. But in prior relationships, have you ever been hit by somebody? Yeah. You know, as a guy, yeah. Of course, you know. I mean, horrible things and that. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just amazing. And you don't think anything about it because, well, you know, just women are emotional or just whatever the excuse is. And it's crazy when you think about it. Like I said, just saying, thanks for the 10. Thank you, Tug. You have the best channel and the best laugh. Thank you. I appreciate that. Christine Klein, thank you for the 2. Elaine sounds like Charlie Brown adult. Wah, 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 wah. Meredith, thanks for the 3 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Neil, why the umbrella man? Well, I'm not, that's that umbrella guy, but I'll tell you in a minute. Origami Pig, thanks for the 10. Hey, Tug, just wanted to thank you for sticking with JD for all this time. No matter what the verdict is, the whole world can now see the truth. You Chugs, family, yours from England. Hey, appreciate that. You know, it when you see something that's so glaring that you know is the truth. I mean, you can see the problems in it. Like, don't you feel compelled to speak out? Because I'm curious about that. Bert, thanks for the 5. Talking about countries, did you know that Danish video is actually a Dutch video? The Netherlands, not Denmark? No, I didn't think about that. Thanks for everything, Doug. I did not, actually. Alex, thanks for the 10. Herd's team keeps labeling you as the most predominant leader of the pro-Depp community. I'd argue that you're more likely the predominant leader of the pro-truth community. Yeah, here's the thing, and I make this very clear. If I believed Amber Heard's accusations, I would have been pro-Amber Heard. If she would have supplied evidence that truly worked out, I'd have been pro-Amber Heard. No. Al, thanks for the 10. Here's a future Lifetime movie title for Amber Heard 2.0. Amber Heard, Life After Depp. Life After Depp. It's a strange... Yeah, I remember those Life After Death ones. That's funny. Elena Dodson, thanks for the 5. We'll get one there. Can we take a moment to silence our lives lost at the mass school shooting? I feel like I bring this up every time. No, this is not any negative towards you. They have my condolences for sure. I don't cover stuff like that. Again, I worked with kids for years, and as a child, as a therapist that worked predominantly with kids, and I have a issue from that. It's classified as second-degree trauma. Again, I hate even saying that sometimes, but it basically, man, I don't deal with things that deal with kids because it gets in my head and it messes with me. Like it messes with me a lot, and it's not like a normal kind of thing. It rubs off on the way I see. It's hard for me to keep my mind out of that kind of stuff, but they have my empathy, my sympathy, because that's a terrible thing. As a father, I wouldn't want that done to anyone. But like I said, I just don't even cover or put my brain there because I can't. I can't do it. Yar, thanks for the 5. I want JD to win the trial. Look directly at AH and say, "You will always remember this as the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow." That'd be really funny, actually, if you would do that. Elvis is alive, thanks to the 5. Predominant leader of the Tuggernauts, Kid George, thanks for the 5. Thank you, Tug, for your coverage. It's been super great to listen to you discuss the trial. # Justice for Johnny. Appreciate that. What? They are living the court? Oh, they're leaving the court. Well, people are packing up stuff and, getting together. It takes a while for them to put all their stuff together. Like the lawyers and stuff. I mean, they've been there for weeks. They've had all their trial materials. They probably have they have a prep area and all that. So it's going to take them forever to get all their stuff together, And they've probably had, after the trial, they have a lot of different things that they have to take care of, So it's not just boom and you're done, So, Duchovny, thanks for the 5. I relate so much to what you said about never letting your kids out of your sight. I'm the same. I trust no one else with my daughter. Oh, yeah. Like my problem, my issue is, like I said, it becomes an irrational thing, I think. It's not just a irrational fear. It becomes irrational if I like to let that in. Like I said, but even then, I don't want to let my kids out of my sight. I don't trust the world. There's too many monsters out there. There are way too many, JD's rings would have left multiple scars. Yes, indeed. We had a nervous wreck until it's remember, when you're looking at this stuff, don't think about it as at that type of cost. Like he has to win or else, because he's had his validation. Like he proved what he needed to prove to the world. He put his information out there. Thanks for the 5. More poetically, he should just say, Amber, I told the world I, as a man, was abused, and they believed me. That's true, too. That is true, too. I swear, you want to see, like, the media is so misleading. Like, last night they were coming in saying, well, Johnny Depp, they were saying, well, he had an unfavorable decision with this or that. No, he didn't, but they were putting that stuff out there, You look, this is the way that they cover this, though. If you want to get a feel for the media, how gross they are. Like, they continue their war. Here's Fox. Johnny Depp trial, Okay, so they have her smirking. That works, but they're trying to say, oh, she's calling that out. Here, Kate Moss outfits and subversive message. You see, like I said, and then you have these other places that want to mislead. Like, oh, last night, CNN. Oh, wait, no, not CNN. Oh, Hollywood Reporter. Oh, well, last night they had an unfavorable jury instruction. No, they didn't. They didn't. That's just spin. That's lie. They didn't have that at all. It was actually what they were. You could tell that people who had no idea about the law were writing a lot of this garbage up, and it was very annoying. It was very annoying. I was trying to see why they were saying that. Oh my God. They were trying to say that Kate Moss's outfit was supposed to be a subversive message because it was a subversive message about how historically it's associated with women who are starting to invade male spaces, the golf course, the workplace, and challenge traditional dress codes. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, Kate Moss just wore what she wanted to wear, and I don't see they're like, well, it means this or that. Like, okay, like you can. They were trying, like the media was saying, well, this means defiance and pushback. Does it really? Like, was that the code there? Because if it was, I couldn't have gotten that. It just looked like Kate Moss. What I saw, Kate Moss didn't need to come in and wear something to be defiant and subversive. You know what she did? She walked into that courtroom. She gave a message that didn't walk lockstep with the narrative that all women better do this or else. Yeah. Poison Potato, 333. Thanks for the 5. Love your dedication from here in the Boot Heel of Missouri. You're awesome. I love your channel. You also sound like Needs from Needs Gaming. Some people have said that. Needs from Needs. I need to check out Needs from Needs Gaming. I don't really know. Deborah, thanks for the 5, but a lot of people said that. Hey, Tug, I've been following along this for years. I hope Johnny wins, and thank you for your awesome coverage. In case you're awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Kennedy, thanks for the 5. Jury aside, JD has already won. I believe that for sure. Like, again, I know there's a lot of people out there. I mean, I could have sat around. Like, if I just wanted to rack up some big numbers right now, here's what I'd do. I'd pull on a panel right now, and I'd sit around and we'd talk about, is Johnny Depp going to win or not? Here's what we think. Nobody knows. So, I mean, we could talk about evidence and we could talk about what's there, but nobody knows. And then we could talk about, well, I could bring in somebody who watched the jury. But I don't want to do that. Like, it's false hope. Like, I don't like false hope. It is what it is. People will win or lose. The reality, like I said, of this case is that the case took place in two areas. We already know that one area was won, the court of public opinion. The court of public opinion is where people are made or broken because, she's already, why she went on this defensive of Johnny Depp wanted to ruin my life and burn down my career and do this and that. Of course, she did that because her career is already broken. It's in shambles, and she's hoping that she can gather back what she used to have, and she's hoping somebody like you can browbeat someone into actually thinking that those words mattered, and they don't. They don't. Haven't for a long time. Give me a second here. Like I said, I know there's people. I don't feel good about that. It's good for the numbers, but I just don't feel good about it. Yeah. And I think the lawyers they could law up and talk about what the issues are here and there. Like I said, there are a lot of people that give opinions on stuff. And I don't know. I feel like it's the same problem I have with places that talk about. I would see a lot of places. It's funny now because I feel like I've had a little bit more validation with the sources thing. But I would have places talk about Disney. They would come out and they would talk about how Disney, they were getting back together with Johnny Depp. I was like, no, that's not true. I've talked to sources about it. I know that's not true. No. It is. No, it's not. It didn't happen. Now, maybe after this it could, but who knows? But it didn't before. And I always hated that, Ramirez, because it's false hope. False hope, like hope is a precious thing. And you can have hope and hold on to it. But, like if I sell it to you and I break your hope there, that's not good. Like I said, I want you to look at this a different way. I don't want you to tie everything into a win or loss. Like if Johnny Depp, if he wins in the courtroom, then everything is vindicated. And if not, everything is lost, because that's not true. But Rottenborg brought up mental abuse. Yeah, well, they tried to make everything mental abuse. They tried to shift the goalposts on what is abuse. And you know why they did that, though? Because there's no domestic abuse. Of course. Like, here's the thing. If I pulled up a picture of, like Rihanna, right? If I pulled a picture of her and I started talking about abuse, you would know right there's abuse. When I pull up a picture of Amber Heard and we talk about it, there's question. That's where, when you have to reframe the discussion about what abuse is or isn't, then it's not abuse. Like, that's the problem. If I have to convince you that there is another type of abuse out there that defies the basic. I'm not saying that people, like with Johnny Depp, when he was talking about being younger and he would be abused, you notice one thing they leave out of there, right? They leave out the fact that Johnny Depp was also physically abused when he was a kid. The abuse isn't just, it's a package deal. People arguing is not domestic abuse. Someone calling you a B or a C or whatever, that's not domestic abuse. It may be something you tire of and you want to be done with, but it's not domestic abuse. Somebody hitting you and also doing that stuff, that is domestic abuse. It kills me. But see, again, they don't want you thinking about the physical evidence, because when you start thinking about the physical evidence, what you start thinking about is stuff like this. You start thinking about the irregularity in what they call evidence. You start thinking about, well, again, which one of these is real? They're both taken at the exact same time. They're both taken at the exact same second. They're both taken on the exact same day. The only difference is one has been adjusted where it doesn't look like pink cheeks. That's what the police said. She had pink cheeks. And she had pink eyes. What they did was they color adjusted it and they turned it into abuse. They don't want you to think about that. That's why they talk about the mean words and the mean texts and the profanity. Because if you start really thinking about it on terms of abuse hoax, then you start thinking about the idea. Like, here's the thing. The people who claimed that a woman was raped 4 times, raped. I'm just going to use this right word. Forget all the wording that they wanted attached to it. Raped 4 times. She was cavity searched, they said, 1 time in Hicksville. They said that she was raped with a bottle another time. They said she was raped on her birthday another time. That she was raped in the Bahamas again. What do they want you to focus on? Mean texts. Like, doesn't that strike you as odd? Because again, when you start looking at the evidence, what you find out is in Hicksville, where they say he went on a rampage, he broke everything, and then he quote-unquote cavity searched her, he raped her, he sexually abused her. What they're really telling you is, and the reality of it is, there was one light fixture that was broken there. We heard that from the manager himself. Johnny Depp got charged $62 for a broken light fixture. Nothing else. They have been on the record for years saying that he's destroyed that place. After they got called out, you know what they said? Look at the mean texts he sent. Look at these horrible things he said with his buddy. Again, if I'm texting my pals about something, am I verbally abusing you? If you and I have an argument, even as friends, like say you and I are good friends and we have an argument, you know? I mean, does that mean anything? No. It doesn't mean anything at all. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, you know? It just kills me. There's so much crazy out there, though, you know? One second. It's so nutty, though. Like, when you look through the closing arguments, I think the closing arguments were very, very profound. I think they said plenty about what this show was about, what this was about. Check the court. The court is as it was, you know. It's as it was just a little while ago. Again, if the decision came in, you know why I know the court would not be back yet. The judge is not back yet. You know how I know the judge is not back yet? Because of the time. If you're gonna pull that, like do it around the hour. That's when you need to do it. Like if you're gonna troll it around the hour, because the judge said themselves that they're not gonna do it like at 10 or 15 or 20 after. So that doesn't work very well, you know. Tug, the jury's back. No, it's not. I just know it's not. Because like I said, the judge said I read these off at the hour. So like I said, if you want to troll it, like do it closer to the hour, then you could maybe make me look. But otherwise, it's not going to work yet. I also have a feed up for the live thing. It's just setting here in the background. So if it kicks over, I'll actually hear it kick over, you know. So it's funny. Law and crimes confuse people. Tug, the jury's on the roof eating KFC. I like that one, you know. I like that. The jury isn't back, Tug. Check House and Habit. Is House and Habit, is her channel doing better now? I mean, not channel, but her Instagram. Is she doing better now? Because I know when she got hit multiple times, like I felt bad for her. I don't know her enough to be like, yo, I want to help you out here, but I thought, like, she did good work there, and she's getting knocked offline over and over and over again. I didn't know if she managed to get her account back, because I think it just got knocked out, and Elaine's crying, apparently. I mean, I could see her crying, I could definitely see her crying. But I don't know, like, if there's anyone to run that by, I'm going to read some more super chats. Some people said the jury's been released. If it has, we'll find out about it a little bit. Default 5. Thank you for the super chat. No statement, but plenty of statement on it. I can't find her. Her uncle just stated that on Racket Stream. Got Elaine crying from the DUI guy. Yeah. Well, she said, okay, here was the thing. Like, the jury was told that they could stay as late, but I kept thinking this. Okay, this is what I said yesterday. I said there will be either, number one, I could see them coming in fast, or number two, I could see them wanting to leave because it's a holiday weekend. Like me, if I went into this cold, see, there's a lot of jury instructions, right? There's a lot of jury instructions. Some people are reporting they're going home, but like I said, we don't know that yet. Until I see like an announcement of that somewhere, Let me pull up like I said, the jury instructions are not. It's a simple question. I want you to think about this way, okay? You're asked to decide something, right, that involves somebody's entire life, yeah? But these are my instructions to you, okay? Do you think that even your simple instruction, does it sound easy anymore? Does that sound easy? Does that make your instruction sound easy anymore? Who's the DUI guy? They've got, there's two. Yeah, it may be an open and shut case, but here's the thing. When I ask you, okay, you got to remember there are prongs in this, and this is your instruction. Again, just think about this as a juror, okay? This is what I tell you. You shall only return your verdict if Mr. Depp, on his claim of defamation about the following statement, if he is proved by a greater weight of the evidence that Amber Heard made or published the following statement. So we get the statement that the statement about JD, the statement was about him. The statement was false. The statement has defamatory implication about JD. The defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. Due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Depp proved by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made it with actual malice. Like that's complicated. Just as a regular person, I would think, what? Like, what would you think about that? Like, if you saw that, would you think that's easy to understand? Because I definitely wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't look at that and think, wow, that's simple, Yes, I mean, like for myself, I'm not saying like for me though. Here's another thing. Here's another big thing. If the jury goes home, right? Up. Okay, the judge is coming in. She's going to send them home, okay? She's going to send the jury home, though. So don't get excited. Don't freak out, all right? She's just sending the jury home, all right? Well, if it runs, if it ever plays. Okay, there we go. So she's going to send them home, though, okay? I'm just switching over. It's good. Coverage is good. Just give it a minute. So, like I said, don't freak out about anything. It's nothing big. But I'm sitting here and I'm watching this anyway. I'm making sure the quality's up. So she's going to send the jury home, okay? Like I said, I'm not going to listen to any.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Since it's a long weekend for 3 days.
I know this. I didn't even blow it all the way.
Since it's a long weekend for 3 days, I just want to come back in here and remind you of your responsibilities, which are extremely important, especially now that you're in the deliberation phase, okay? So just a reminder that you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about the case on social media sites, any blogs or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. And I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. All right, so have a good weekend and peaceful weekend for 3 days, and you're coming back at 9 o'clock, is that correct? All right, we'll see you 9 a.m. At that time. You'll go straight to deliberations at that point. I won't bring you in here for that time, okay? All right, thank you.
Okay, so see, they'll come back in at 9 a.m. on Tuesday, but they're not. Like, again, we don't have to take anybody's word for anything. We just sit here with a live feed, and we wait to find out. That's what I've been doing.
All right, enjoy your weekend, and just be close by at 9 o'clock on Tuesday, right?
So like I said, you know,
All right, you too.
I get that somebody reported that there, and that's great. It's good that we have people report, but we have live feeds that we can just pick up at the moment. You know? So like I said, I've been sitting on a live feed. You notice how fast I flipped over. So everybody that was coming in, you know, trolling and saying, ooh, jury's back. Well, I had a live feed up. So I knew that wasn't true. You know. That's why. Because I've been sitting here with a live feed. Someone on the other channel was saying Elena's crying. I didn't see her crying there. I mean, she may be stressed, man. I mean, you know what? Like Elaine is partially human, so partially human. All right, so there goes our. All right, so there's your coverage for the day. The jury has been sent home. It's confirmed. So we will not have. So what we'll do this weekend, we'll have some. Well, some people are asking why. Because so many people don't understand. They're not divided or anything else. Like they've had like a couple of hours to decide. Maybe they want to look at the evidence there. The questions there. They want to make sure they get everything right. But you know what's good about that? What's good about that is that tells you that some people are probably pro-Depp. We'll have to see. And you can't tell me, baby, that none of those people are not going to go home and check out that umbrella guy, you know? Because, I mean, how could you avoid it? How could you avoid that umbrella guy? I'm going to make sure that I post all weekend, just in case somebody accidentally turns on one of their devices. I'm going to make sure that I post all weekend about what exactly is going on. We will have live streams, too. Like I said, don't put ideas out there. Put evidence out there. Put evidence out there. That's all you need to do. You just keep putting evidence out there. You show the world what happened in this case by proving the reality of it. You know, because that's all you need to do. You don't need to put thoughts out. You just keep putting evidence out in the world, you know? Here, proof that I want this on the top of my timeline. That Amber, Heard faked injury. Heard faked evidence. My bad. You just keep putting it out in the world, like I said. But what we'll do is tomorrow we will have us another live stream. You know, how would Runkle know that? Because if somebody's at the court, they would hear it. Like if they've been there too, or maybe they know some people that are there, they would announce that, you know, that's what's coming in, and you'd hear about it. So, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to find out like that, you know, especially if you're around that area, around the courtroom, or whatever. You've made contacts around the court. You're thoroughly disappointed? I'm not. I'm not thoroughly disappointed at all, because it tells me that there's at least part of this that that goes pro. There's at least some holdout in there that's pro Depp. So that tells you, or there's complex stuff, but it tells you that part of that place, there's something in there that again, that's not a bad thing. They'll have all week to think about what's going on. They'll think about their evidence. They'll think about everything. Like I said, I disagree with people that were saying, well, bam, if it doesn't come in right like this. I was of the mind that if it comes in fast, it's not good for Depp, because they'll dismiss his case. I figured, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday, right there is a solid day. Any more days, then it's probably not good either. But you gotta. We've only had an hour or so for deliberation. They're deciding 2 claims. So I think that's actually good. So again, 9 a.m., that'll mean 8 a.m. here. We'll start up Tuesday again. But we'll have, what I'm going to do, like I said, is I'll live stream throughout the weekend. We'll do live streams. I'll probably in the morning I'll live stream over on Tiny Tug. Heck, I may be, if I'm in the mood, I may live stream later today there. I don't know. But I'm going to end here right now. If I missed anybody's super chats, I didn't mean to. I didn't see a bunch of super chats left or anything. But if I missed anybody for any reason, like I said, we'll talk through the weekend. We'll have a good time there. Can you perhaps get Legal Mindset on to explain all this? What's there to explain? What don't you understand, Silverdoe? Like, just let me know what you think about it. Like, for real, I'm not being rude about that. Just what don't you understand? I'll give you like 2 minutes to answer right here. You know, I give up with super chats. Did you get missed, Nelly? Like, again, there's a spreadsheet thing, a function, but did you get missed in there? Like, I don't see any in the middle. Like, let me. I'll show you why I have problems hitting them sometimes. So this is, again, like I said, I'm trying, and I'm not trying to miss your super chats or anything. If you super chat, for sure, because you pay to back the channel. So I am really not trying to miss your super chats. If I miss anybody in there, I was trying to see what the Heisenberg Kennels. Thanks for the 2. Legal representation, Elaine or myself. Supreme, thanks for the 20. Hello, Mr. Umbrella Guy. I don't think you should be saying what you're going to do. Next thing you know, Grandma come back on Tuesday talking about your honor. That Umbrella Guy said he's going to contact yours. Oh, I missed yours. My Beaver's unit said Elaine has a heart on for you. Oh, I missed 2 at the very top of the thing, though. I did miss 2. Actually, I do know that. Let me hit those real fast. I apologize. I did miss, because there was a super chat that rolled in at the very top, and I switched over, so I forgot to hit those. So I do apologize. I did miss a couple. Zoe Duchovny, thanks for the 2. Good night, Tug. It's like the UK. Thank you. Appreciate you. Heisenberg Kennels, thanks for the other 2. Giving you another current record. I bet they do. 2012, thanks for the 2. Umbrellas are natural on Memorial Day. Indeed. Default, thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement. Margarita, thanks for the super chat. Thank you for searching for the truth. Hashtag Justice for Johnny. Love guitar. Hey, that's awesome. Appreciate that. Christina, thanks for the 2. Judge is back. Yep, caught them. Like I said, I had a live feed right up here with us, and I'll keep them like that. Well, thanks for the 5. Johnny's going to win. I wish you didn't talk during closing arguments. It was so important. Oh, I was happy. I was like, I didn't talk. I was happy you didn't talk during closing arguments. That was so important. I wanted to hear every word. Thank you. Yep, thank you. Ben, thanks for the 20. I missed a stack up because I forgot, like right at that end. So I need to hit those. If this trial wasn't so serious when the jury reached a verdict, I'd love Depp to just jump out as Jack Sparrow or in his Judge Sparrow costume from Gibbs trial and Pirates. That would be funny. Absent Alice, thanks for the 5. If you were on the jury, what was the most compelling, least compelling pieces of evidence for JD in your opinion? Like for me, like again, this is for me. I think the manipulated pieces of data would be big. I think cop testimony would probably be big for me too. I mean, those kind of things. I would think rape with a bottle and no evidence, that would be big for me as well. Least compelling, I would wonder why he denied those texts. Again, they don't have any context to that, and they never explain that. I would wonder why he denied those and said he didn't, because they didn't clear that up. So I'd probably wonder about that, I think. It's a good question. Caffeinated, thanks for the 5. My uncle was in an abusive relationship like this, and he passed before he got out of it. It broke my heart. I'm happy JD made it alive. Amen, indeed, too. 2012, thanks for the 2. Tug, if you need an attorney to hop on, hit me up. Yeah, I may open some. I don't know what I'll do this weekend. I may do that. I may hit, Amy Lee, thanks for the 2. My hated roommate is on AH's side. He's a mean drunk too. Oh, that's maybe I understand why, right? Elena, thanks for the 149 and the hearts there. And that is everybody. All right, so I'm going to call it now. Like I said, if I missed a super chat in there, I didn't mean to. I'm learning this on the fly. Like I say, this is not a problem when I note this. This is just the way I miss them sometimes. Is like I say, this is what super chat window looks like. There's no search function and it just rolls, and if you open something else up, it'll roll back to the top. So it doesn't have the new ones. Now if you can run off a spreadsheet with it too, but it doesn't always work right either. So like I said, I'm learning, and I thank you all for rolling with me on that, because like I said, I have a problem that I'm not complaining about, and that because it's not a problem, but I have a lot of attention on here, and I'm trying to learn it when I go. And like I said, I love you all for it. You've built my channel up, and I love it. I love it. But still missed yours, Gavin. Well, what was it? Tell me. Say it. Type it. I'll read it. Gavin's dad. Get some rest. No apologies needed. Well, you know what? You guys, you back stuff, Gary Hitchcock, thanks for the 2. Stay single, intoxicated nightly, get laid every day. No, I like having a family, man. Hey, let me show you. Like I've posted them. Used to weirdos. Once I got doxxed, they would post pictures of my family. They would post my kids' pictures. Like they'd find, they hunted down like relative stuff, and they found pictures of my kids. So I was like, oh. So now I don't. The kids, I'll post a picture of my little girls, because I'll be with them and I have a gun. I don't care. But these are my little sweeties. Here, I'll show you. All right, there's my kiddos. They're cuties. Yeah, Nellie B, tell me yours. Please look at Cross again at Whitney, second cross where Amber rants about staircase. She hangs her head in shame for the whole thing. Won't look up. I'll check that out then. Yeah, see this now. Our baby here, she had she's a cutie. She had heart surgery during all this. This is why, like when I bring up people like Laura B and stuff, I don't want to. If you don't know who Laura B is, somebody ask. Like, I brought up stuff. Laura B was one of the 3 people named by Amber Heard's team. They named Laura B. And one of the things, I had a lot of stuff go on in the last 3 years. I had some medical stuff come up. My little one had heart surgery. And throughout all of that, all you folks were there. So I appreciate that a lot. This is my 8-year-old that was talking before. This little umbrella girl. She's a cutie too. They're both cuties, you know. But yeah, I mean, people were there for me. So when I mention this stuff, I mention it as a positive. Like, I appreciate all you folks. Like, it was a rough time. So, you know, it was stressful. I'm not like, but it's stressful, very stressful. And everybody was there, you know. Gary thinks so too. I meant Johnny Depp needs to stay single. Oh, I thought you meant you or somebody else. I was like, okay. Yeah, Johnny, after this, he just needs to go. Like, he just needs to go have life and enjoy what he can enjoy. And I think he does enjoy life right now. Chili Beaver thinks the 5. My wife just said she doesn't ever want to hear you say, "Hey, Chili Beaver, thanks for the 5." So if you wouldn't mind saying it, she's still listening. Chili Beaver, thank you for the 5 there. And, well, with your wife saying, "Hey, Chili Beaver, thanks for the 5." She didn't want to hear that. So next time, I'll just say it differently. Thank you. Amy Lawson, thanks for the 5. I just thought it's sad that this day, Lily Rose's birthday, 23, is shadowed by AH's chaos. Should be happy for JD and family. That's true, but think about it a different way, okay? Think about it a different way. I'll leave you with this thought. Today is the 6-year anniversary of the TRO. 6 years. So 6 years since she came up with her claims. Today closed it out. That's a powerful statement, right? All right. But anyway, I'm going to let you go with that. Appreciate you folks. We'll pick up. I'll probably do some live streaming tomorrow. I'm sure I will. There'll be videos, all of that. They'll just roll through. We'll just keep going. All right. Appreciate you folks. And I'll see if I can find some stuff out about what her career is starting to look like, taking hits and stuff, man. But anyway,